Okay. Good. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the November 29th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting. At this time, I turn it over to the clerk to read out closed session agenda items.
Closed session item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, conference with county designated labor negotiators Judy Hawkins, Shay Johnson, and Nick Marvin regarding the following employee organizations: Sheriff's Management Unit, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association, Deputy Sheriff's Association, Calaveras Management Union, Calaveras Supervisor Union, Service Employees International Union, Local 1021, SEIU Local 2015, unrepresented employees. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, re-existing litigation, SERPA versus County Workers Compensation Appeals Board, case number ADJ 128-96572.
At this time, is there any public comment on the closed session agenda items only?
Good morning, folks. Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. Now, I'm 75 years old. I've been a home care worker for 23 years. My whole life, I've been a minimum wage worker. Now, with Social Security, I get about $700 a month. So I have to work. I thought I could retire a couple of years ago, but it ate up all my savings. So now I'm a home care worker, half-time. I make about $1,000 a month. Keeps me above water. So I have to take on a couple of private pay clients so I can eat out once in a while or drive a couple extra miles besides work. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you the hardships that some of us have trying to make do. Fortunately, I don't pay rent. I own my own home. One of the big drawbacks we have is we can work our whole life, minimum wage, and we end up with not much of anything. But if we care for a family member in our own home for 50 years and they die, we get nothing because we don't qualify for the Social Security program. There's about 500,000 home care workers in California that could be paying into the into the Social Security system, but we're not qualified for some reason. It's odd. I don't know what's wrong with the whole thing. That's one of the big problems. Another big problem is we think we have something called vacation time, but you can't, sick leave. They think we have sick leave. Problem is, if you're really sick and you're out for a month, you can't take that sick leave. You can only get your sick leave when you're working, not when you're sick. I found that out this summer because I was off work for a whole month. For a while, I thought I might be my own client. You know the old joke about home care workers, don't you? What happens to old home care workers? They die on the job or become their own client. Isn't that funny? It's not funny, that's the reality, and it sucks. That may be where I end up in a year or two, because I said I'm 75, for crying out loud. How much longer can I work? Till I die. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got to go to work now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jody, and I am a home health care provider, and I care for a lady that's about 75 years old, and she has short-term memory loss. She is capable of being in her own place instead of a retirement home, convalescent home, or nursing care, so forth. It seems to me that, we have this need to care for the people who are in hospice or long-term facilities, but not for the people that are still able to get up and make a sandwich for themselves or something, and the cost of living has made it to where people don't want to do this because they can't. I can tell you that I have multiple jobs and one client, and I would give anything to be able to afford to just care for that client because it's so needed in this county. We all get older, and if we don't, our parents do. And what do we want for our communities and for the people who, brought us up and brought us in, It seems fair to, if we want quality care for our elderly and our disabled, then it seems like, to have a fair living wage. I have a teenage son that makes more than I do at Taco Bell. And that seems very humbling, but it's true. And if there aren't care providers, then who's going to take care of them? Where's the cost going to go then? Because we will have to put them in those homes that cost the county even more money to run. So we're just asking for a fair wage. As in the words of COVID, we're essentials. We provide something that is a great need. We wouldn't put our dogs outside and let them just die. Why would we do that to our family members and the elderly that live in our community? I spend my money here too.
Your
I just have
time's,
to have some.
your time's up.
Thank you.
She takes a little longer than the rest of us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am a recipient, as you've well guessed. But I have to say I have to speak for these ladies that get out there, including my daughter, taking care of me. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have made it. I'm 79 years old. I've worked an honest job, but I became disabled. I don't make that much on Social Security, but I will speak for these ladies. They deserve the money, a living wage. They work very hard. They put up with abuse, sometimes from clients. They put up with a lot of stuff. I can't mention it all. But I want to tell you this. I appreciate it.
My mom stands here today. In June, I would have lost her if I wouldn't have been there for her.
That's right.
She had a major heart attack and full cardiac arrest.
Oh.
And I really have her back.
I have hers too. But I want you to know, please consider these ladies and gentlemen, as hard as they work, they deserve a good wage. And that's all I have to say right now.
Yeah, the hospital sent her home. She couldn't even walk.
That's right.
So it took 2 hospital stays and set her health card back on with dignity online to walk again. And they said wheelchair, she got up. We saved the state a lot of money for her being here today. I rehabbed her from sending her to a nursing home where workers take good care of them, but the staff that runs it could care less and run around with your COVID-19. And I went to one in Marysville, and they said that they didn't even care about the patients. One of us might be there someday. They didn't care if that man made it to the hospital or not. I didn't want my mom to be in that situation. I used to work in a retirement home. I know what they do behind the scenes, and it's not a good thing for any of us. We need to change, and we need the regulations changed also.
There's no
So we
way.
can take care of who we love, and for all of us to be able to make enough money that we can continue to do it for future generations. Because why should we be locked up somewhere like institutionalized? It needs to be a dignity where they can age in place of dignity.
I'm comfortable at home, and I don't want that to change.
Thank you for listening. Have a great day.
Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Christy. This is my loved one, Brian. This is my first meeting I've been to, but I've been trying to come to these meetings because I have some things to say and some questions that need to be answered, and also, my own desires of what I want to get out of life. I want to say a few things that I want them to be minimal and impactful. I feel like I'm in a favorable positioning to be at this Compensations of Bill board meeting. I want to talk about things like the materials and the extras it takes in planning and taking care of a loved one. A transportation cost is the main topic that I'm concerned about, not just in gas, because that's where our minds go to, but the cost of tires, the cost of oil, the cost of the battery that I just replaced in my car, cleaning the car, and other small little things. I work in the business world. I'm a produce manager over at a grocery store. I see the cost of gas. I see the cost of food. I see things being raised, and our incomes, I make minimum wage to try, and I also have children that I take care of. So there's other things in my family that make our finances stretch, and it's really tough when we're trying to count pennies. A lot of times we rely on our family members. We have to ask friends for help. Our church members are very supportive. But we are, a lot of us that work in this field are often from broken families of mental illness and diseases that create a lot of hardships that some people don't quite understand. So we get a lot of rejection and flack when we approach things that are so important to people. It makes us become humble people, but it also makes us passive and unsure, and we feel like beggars at times. When we work so hard to cover these costs, oftentimes we don't count ourselves into having any fun or putting out extra money to do things that might bring joy. It's hard for us to buy clothes. I mean, you should see the state of our socks and underwear. It's below standard. There's not a lot of programs in our area. There's not a lot of authorities that have sit into a place where they can go safely and interact with others and have counseling and have appointments and celebrations. The places in San Andreas where we live, oftentimes there are a lot of street drugs and a lot of people who are self-medicating, and they're unsafe for some of these people to be. One of the biggest problems also is the taxes, because I have another job. I signed a piece of paper to be tax exempt because he lives with me, and at the end of the year they included into my income besides that, and ended up taking back $1,000, which to me that's 3 times a paycheck in a bi-monthly paycheck. So to give back a month and a half worth of wage was heartbreaking for me. It just cut us deep. And that's all I have to say. I appreciate your time and listening, and I hope that what I said gets through and makes improvements for all these people here behind me too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
My name is Lupe Smith. I come from San Joaquin County. And I'm going to keep coming until you guys understand these people, most of us, lost our job to take care of our family members. And every single one of you, think about it. We're not that young. We're going to be in that stage one day. Think about it. How would you like your provider didn't come because they didn't have no gas? They didn't come because they didn't have enough gas to make it to you. You're going to have to take care of yourself. A lot of people seem to be going through a lot. The money is not right, what they're giving them right now. It's not going to cause each one of you guys to think about it. Because you're going to keep seeing me come every time to talk to you until you guys decide what are you guys going to do. This is a beautiful county. I think that we should show a little bit of appreciation with all these providers. I've been a provider since 2003. I take care of my husband. He's dying of cancer. I had to leave my job, was paying me good money to take care of him. And it does hurt to see other people have things that we can't. So really think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Good morning. My name is Euphemia. I am a provider for family members. I've been in the industry for 7 years, not a choice, but because the facilities that we had to take care of my family members was inadequate. And eventually, we just lost one real recent, about a month ago. We asked Board of Supervisors to switch places with us and just, could you just walk away from your job or wherever you sit, or where, you know, not a lot of people have money. We work blue collar on our family, and so could you walk away from your job to take care of your loved one and live on nothing? While the world around us increases in costs, increases in decisions that we have nothing to do with. We just, blue collar, just end up paying higher taxes for some reason. We end up having to go without. We end up having to adjust and depend on other family, which is kind of hard. But you do the best you can with what you have. And we inquire and we request and we ask for a decent wage, just a decent wage. It cracks us up. Man, I want to go work at Taco Bell if they make more than I do. But I kind of don't, because then there would be nobody to take care of my other family member who's been handicapped since she was born. It's not a choice. She just, now at 25, she's still a 2-year-old in her mind. And it's difficult, and there's not a lot of programs out there for her. We do the best we can, again, with what we have. Sometimes it's enough, but especially recently with these gas prices, you're all like, ain't nobody going nowhere. You can't take them to the doctor. You have to do these Zoom things, and the doctors are loving it. They get full wages for seeing us for 12 minutes on a little box, but it's not enough. And if they were to have to change and do their family members, all the baby boomers are getting up there in age, all the people that are in office are getting up in their age. They don't have to live like that because they held an office, they're still being paid wages or earnings or whatever they get. I don't know what they get. But we're only asking for a fair wage. We only ask that you look at us as you would look at yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good morning. I'm going to put a little bit of this in perspective. I was a social worker for Head Start. We all know how wonderful Head Start is in early education and how important it is. I am a care provider. Many care providers have had to leave high-paying jobs to provide care for a relative in their home because unfortunately, as we all know, we are looking at patient ratio in convalescent care. You've heard about what's happening with convalescent care, private care, what's happening, and to sustain an individual's life, they're better off living in their home, in the comforts of their home, especially if you're looking at someone that's dementia or a stroke victim. or other victims, or other folks that may have been in a car accident that needs to be a catheter. A lot of times people think that home care providers are just there to clean their home. That's incorrect. Home care providers, especially with a stroke victim, are doing speech therapy. They're doing physical therapy, along with the individual that comes out to their home. They are part of the case management process in the home. They also are the one, sometimes the only family relative. And what's disheartening to me is home care providers, the people that they provide care to, a lot, in most cases, well, a lot, especially up in the foot here, are founders of this community, of the county. They deserve that respect by having to be able to be home and have someone come into their home comfortably to provide them care. There is bathing that is involved, there's meal planning, a lot of times it's hand over hand, which is assisting the individual with fine motor to be able to feed themselves. Stroke victims, a lot of stroke victims are able to not maybe have all their functionings, but have a lot more functioning to where they can be able to be independent. We all know that as seniors. Well, I'm close to being a senior. I may not look like it, but I dye my hair. I call myself as a freshman. I do. A lot of home care providers are also the ones that are, and I use this analogy, the one with the plunger, because that person that they're providing care for, if they have plumbing issues and they're on Social Security, can't afford it. So we have to be very creative in what we can do. We also, when she talked about transportation, we take them to the doctor. And a lot of times, we're the ones telling the doctor what the baseline is. We're the ones that are doing the blood pressures. We're the ones that are administering medication. We're the ones that are doing the bowel and bladder. We're not the ones that are sitting there with the remote control looking at a television. We're not just doing light housekeeping. You're diabetic. I need to ensure that you take your insulin, especially if you're a stroke victim, you're not going to remember, or with dementia. So your life, a lot of times their life depends on the home care provider. So again, we tend to overlook the home care provider. It's also a home care provider in your house is not only saving your life by being in your home, we're saving taxpayers' dollars.
Ma'am.
And if you don't have taxpayer, if you don't, oh, Jesus, I didn't say it. Oh my God, give me a mic. You might want to change the color on that a little bit. Just please, a livable wage for these folks is all that we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? I'd like to give about another 10 minutes if there is, so we'll be able to go in a closed session. Okay, I'm not seeing any in the room. I'm going to turn it over to the Zoom. Are there any closed comments on the Zoom?
There are no online public comments.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Bye now.
Okay, seeing that there's no further comment on the closed session agenda items, we will now convene into closed session.
So yeah, so we're getting sound through there. It's
Yeah,
through
okay,
Zoom.
that's good. Well, okay, so that's working through the room. Okay, so then do we have, Derek was saying Robin's like on the other end on Zoom or something, so she can listen for,
Right. So, yeah, we have all this. And these are all USB
yeah, it'll be.
microphone.
Check 1, 1, 1, 1. See how you have to be this close to be able to, when you get back here, you can't hear it at all?
Well, that shouldn't matter though for Zoom feed, because there's totally two different things.
Is that a little better?
Capture HD
1 second.
I took this off.
Mike, I think that's correct.
Oh, it's, like I said, on.
Is this one supposed to be?
What happened there? Was it, wait, no, it was headphones Real Tech. So it's on, that's what it was on earlier. Yeah. So, sorry, go ahead. Okay.
Okay, so.
Robin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, we need to, we're going to check the podium right now, please.
Thank you.
I can barely hear Robin.
This is
now.
the mic on the table. Can you still hear us, Robin?
Yeah, that one sounds good as well.
But I'm not hearing Robin very well now. Okay.
Okay, this is the public mic.
That one sounds really good.
Okay.
But usually-
If I'm back here and I'm standing far away, can you still hear us, Robin?
Yeah, it's not garbled or anything like it was.
Okay.
Okay, and then, but why am I hearing Robin so distantly now? Did this just switch again? What about
What's our volume on,
the here?
yeah, are we full screen?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just turn this up a bit.
Robin, can you say something again?
Yes, can you hear me?
There we go. Yes, thank you.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Okay, I think that
So
should
is it-
fix it. So I think this was just on the wrong setting.
Yeah, it jumped, so, because when I checked it this morning, when we did everything with Robin, everything sounded perfectly. So I don't know how it switched to that ATL, so I guess.
Will you guys check Amanda's mic as well, because hers was garbled?
Please.
Please.
Thank you.
Hey, Stacy, you're really clear.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, this is
Here we-
Amanda's mic?
Yeah, that one sounds good as well.
Good and clear. Go back to the podium.
Rob, can you say something to the podium, please?
How's it sound now
Ooh.
from the
Good.
podium?
Good? Okay. Okay, I think we are okay now.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, guys, thank you. Good. We're good.
Good morning and welcome back to the November 29th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting. At this time, if you could please stand for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So earlier this morning, we went into closed session, and at this time, I turn it over to the clerk for a report out.
Report out of closed session for today, November 29th. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, conference with County Labor Designated Labor Negotiators Judy Hawkins, Shay Johnson, and Nick Marvin regarding the following employee organizations: Sheriff's Management Unit, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association, Deputy Sheriff's Association, Calaveras Management Union, Calaveras Supervisors Union, Service Employees International Union Local 1021, SEIU Local 2015, unrepresented employees. Board action, no reportable action taken. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, SERPA versus County Workers' Compensation Appeals Board, case number ADJ 128-96572. Board action, no reportable action taken.
Thank you. Next is staff announcements. Are there any staff that wish to make an announcement? I'll start with in the room, and Ms. Allen.
Thank you. Good morning. Is this turned on? Madam Chair, members of the board, Corey Allen, Health and Human Services Agency. I wanted to just update you on the recent announcement from Governor Newsom about updated contingencies in accessing the fourth round of funding. That funding is for homeless housing assistance and prevention, referred to as HHAP-4. So a week and a half ago, I did represent your board by attending a meeting the governor convened of city and county officials from around the state, where he did agree to release the funds, but contingent on each local jurisdiction agreeing to set more ambitious goals to reduce the number of people experiencing unsheltered homelessness and to increase the number of people who are placed in permanent housing. The governor at that meeting also set expectations for local jurisdictions to commit to as many as 7 best practices as possible in our homeless housing assistance and prevention plans. So in Calaveras County, the HHAP funds are directed to a local regional continuum of care, referred to as Central Sierra, COC. It's comprised of Calaveras, Amador, Tuolumne, and Mariposa counties. The COC serves as the lead agency or a collaborative applicant to those funds, and that entity is charged with promoting and implementing evidence-based, best promising, and emerging practices for preventing and ending homelessness. The agreements being asked of the governor will be signed by an authorized designee of each county, and here in Calaveras, that designee is the Central Sierra Continuum of Care. They offered this response. All 4 of the counties have redirected their county portions of HHAP Round 4 funding to the CSCOC. The governing board of the CSCOC has representatives from each of the 4 counties as voting members of the board. On November 30th, at their regular monthly meeting, the governing board will vote to approve signing the HHAP-4 guidance, acknowledging both that they will establish ambitious outcome goals, and second, implement as many of the best practices as listed in the letter, and that is appropriate to our region. I do have those 7 best practices available if you're interested. As for the work here in Calaveras County, our homeless count, according to the annual point in time count, dropped 55% from 121 to 66 between 2019 and 2022. At the same time, support of the homeless sheltered households. These are individuals that are not street homeless, but that are still looking for permanent housing. That service was increased 360% in that same time period. So regardless of comments made around the work and whether or not we're setting and meeting ambitious goals, in Calaveras County, I would argue that we're doing fairly well. With that, any questions?
Ms. Supervisor Callaway?
Do you think that the best practices or the goals that the governor sets take into consideration the rural areas, or that it's one size seems to fit all?
That's an excellent question. Sitting in that meeting, it was very clear to me that the big city mayors and big city board chairs were highly represented. I would say almost notably represented. So small rural needs were not clearly articulated. They certainly were overlooked when hearing statements made that, quote unquote, from the governor, I've been to every region in this state and every region is doing poorly. Those kinds of statements to me reflect a large city perspective. It certainly didn't account for Calaveras County's numbers.
So are each of the counties and ours supposed to reach those goals, or is it cumulative?
As a region, we have the benefit of receiving sort of, if one region's doing well in an area, then the region is doing well in the area. As the regional COC, they are tasked with ensuring that they monitor and support each county in those efforts to meet as many goals as possible. But each county may have different focus on which goals they tailor to.
I mean, Calaveras does not have a homeless shelter.
Correct.
Amador and Tuolumne do.
And so therefore, as a region, we have the benefit of utilizing those resources because we are a regional continuum of care.
Shame on us. Thank you.
Supervisor Hoffman?
Yeah, I just want to thank you very much, Corey, for attending that meeting. Thank you very much, and you brought back some excellent notes on it.
Thank you.
Yes,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Are there any other questions from board members related to that? Again, I'll echo what Gary said. Thank you. That was last minute, and thank you for going to Sacramento and attending that. Are there any other staff announcements? Jennifer?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, respected members of the board, Jennifer Cashy, Director of Operating Risk Management. I wanted to take a moment just to...
Teenager. Uh-oh, and I only...
Somebody's not muted.
We're good. I wanted to take a moment to update you on the free dump days that we've been having across the county. We've held 2 of them of the series of 6, one in West Point, one in Arnold. They've both been very successful. And again, I'd like to, extend our gratitude towards Caltrans and District 10. Sam Sherman, he's been fantastic. What a great partner he's been. And additionally, our partners, Gamby Disposal, they've been fantastic in helping facilitate these days as well. So huge shout out to both of them and the Conservation Corps. Together, we've just really been able to smoothly run all of these events. To this date, we've collected 208 mattresses, 307 tires, and 267 appliances. I'd also like to remind everybody that this is at no cost to the county. All of the expenses that we see from these events are all reimbursed at 100% by Caltrans. So I would like to also extend my gratitude towards the residents to taking part in this. It really does, we can offer it, but for them to attend and bring their materials to make the event a success is just as important. So I just wanted to kind of update you on that. Additionally, when we first brought this, or I first brought this to your board, at the time we had 2 events, the upcountry events that we're going to be having mattress collection. Since then, we've been able to organize to facilitate mattress collection at every event. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that we will be having mattress collection at all events. And again, a reminder, our next event is December 10th here at the Government Center, and we look forward to another successful event. If you get a chance, check the, we do have our Facebook page up and running, so we are posting frequently on that. In addition to Caltrans has sent their folks out to document our events because they have been run so smoothly that they've been posting on their social media platforms as well, because this is a little bit of a different strategy we took by having multiple events that were a little smaller to maximize their collection and reduce congestion, and it's been just working fantastic. So they're recognizing that model is working, and they've been kind of posting on their social media to generate some interest on it as well. So.
Thank you, Jennifer. Ben?
Just want to say thank you for expanding the mattress collection to the lower area events. You know, just a little effort, and you were able to get them to pay for it across the county. I appreciate that, Jennifer.
Absolutely.
And then I look forward to the time we have our next solid waste task force meeting.
It's coming soon.
Supervisor Randy?
I just want to also express my gratitude. Thank you. This seems like a really great success, especially how hard it is to communicate with people up country and figure out how to connect. I think your understanding of the local, how things work, really worked. And we got every refrigerator or dryer you collected is one less that our crews have to pick up on the side of the road. And that just really is great for the county. So please express our gratitude to Caltrans, and hopefully they can make this a regular event, because I'm sure we've only scratched the surface of the opportunity to collect junk.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other? Good? Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Is there any other staff announcement? Are there any on Zoom?
There are none on Zoom.
Okay. Then we'll move on to public comment. So this is any item of interest to the public that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking any action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda. If the public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not concluded during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder comment to be heard. So at this time, I'll open the public comment. Good morning, Bertha.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning to the board, county council, interim. Haven't seen you in a while. All the rest of the board, glad to be here. I came down before the weather comes in on Thursday, so just to make sure, because I'm sure for the following month, Marita is going to be up to here in activities and festive pleasure and what have you, and so I just wanted to make sure that I came to talk to Marita.
Yes, we will plow your roads.
I'm Bertha Underhill, and I represent District 3 on CCWD. Hello, Ben. And I just am re-elected because I had no opposition for my 5th term with CCWD. So I'm not quite as long as Marita, but almost there. I lived in Camp Connell for 32 years, and so I moved down to Arnold for the last couple of years, and I'm right behind Dollar General if anybody needs to talk to me, okay? Marita, I'm here for you. Just, I wanted to do this personally. We've known each other forever. We've had lunch, we've had coffee, we've had our discussions, not always in agreement, but we came through. And as I say, I just wanted to make a special trip down here to acknowledge you. Dear Ms. Callaway, since 1993, you have faithfully served the citizens of Calaveras County and the people of District 3 as their supervisor, only taking one term break in 2014. You consistently focused your efforts on making decisions that were in the best interests of your constituents and the county as a whole. And a special part of that was with White Pines Park, because you were there for us when we needed you, and White Pines Park still welcomes you whenever you're in the area. We have been on a similar path as I was elected to Calaveras County Water District Board of Directors for District 3 in 2001, taking one term break in 2009. Then I came back, and I feel we've been a terrific team representing District 3 for all these years. I encourage you to enjoy your retirement in ways that are both fulfilling and relaxing, and I wish you good health, primo, good health and happiness. And Marita, I'm just, glad to be here and share those few words with you, and thank you very much.
I truly appreciate that, and I also appreciate CCWD's tank replacement.
Yes, we are replacing tanks all over the county, so your mouth is open, Gary.
I want a new tank, too.
Oh, okay. I'll see what I can do, all right?
Thank you, Bertha.
Okay.
Thank you, Bertha. It's good to see you this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill, and, it's really heard well when you're saying thank you to Ms. Callaway. We appreciate it. And it's behind Dollar General. We can knock on your door.
Okay.
Thank you, Bertha. It's
All
good
right.
seeing you.
Okay.
Thank you, Bertha.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Good morning, Al.
Good morning. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I'd like to join, I can't repeat everything Bertha said, but she's right on the money. And the Taxpayer Association really appreciates all the years and time that you serve, Marita. And we hope we can see you again, perhaps in the audience, and maybe giving advice from here.
I'm just waiting to be recognized by the Taxpayers Association.
Well, you just were.
Thank you, Mr. Segala.
We're short on staff, so we don't have, we haven't put together a plaque for you, but there'll be one coming.
I don't need a plaque, but thank you, Al. I appreciate your comments.
On another topic, we find that we're getting a lot of grants to do things within our county for the public good, and the grants are coming from the state and the federal government. Well, with each of the grants, it's not a free lunch. They have rules and regulations that go with them. Sometimes these rules actually hurt our local economy and property rights. So we would recommend that each time that this occurs, to look very carefully at what rules are going to be put in place, because this grant money has a tendency to be addictive. Once you get the money coming in, you become used to it, and it's difficult to be independent from it. And after all, if you don't take the money, somebody else will. That's usually the reason for continuing programs that are not very good. So with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. Are there any other public comments in the room? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to switch over to Zoom. Are there any comments on Zoom for public comment?
There are no regular public comments.
Okay. At this time, we'll move on to consent agenda. We have multiple items on the consent agenda. At this time, is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none in the room, is there any on Zoom?
There are no online public comments on the consent agenda.
Okay. Is there any board member or staff member that wishes to discuss the consent agenda item? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve consent?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Next, we have the regular agenda, and due to time for the consultants, I am going to ask if we can move item number 13 first before item number 8, so they can get to their next commitment today. Is that okay with the board? We have them on already. Okay, thank you. So we'll be moving the agenda item number 13 first. At this time, can the clerk please read out that item?
Item 13, action item, Administrative Office, approve the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors Governance Handbook.
Okay. At this time, I turn it over to the CEO.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, I know when we first got together and talked about different ways that we could just do better in the governance of Calaveras County, we talked about, one of the things we talked about was also just about the relational side of the job and norms and principles to live by as you attempt to govern together as a team along with your staff. And your board was quick to embrace that notion, and we talked about different ways to to launch into that kind of discussion, and one of those was to bring on a firm that had been highly recommended to me through actually Patrick Blacklock with RCRC, and that's with BK Consulting. And we're very honored to be able to have Babs Kavanaugh and Davis Campbell, who are the principal facilitators of our governance workshops that we held in October and November, to talk through some of these issues and develop a governance handbook and also a companion self-assessment tool. And anyway, they're online here today, and I thought it'd be appropriate to have them kind of cue this up and walk us through a summary of the process we went through, some of the key points that are contained in the governance handbook, and a little bit about the assessment work that we can do in the future to stay on point. So, Madam Chair, turn this over to the folks from BK Consulting.
Do you have Babs and there you are. Hi, good morning.
Morning. So nice, everybody. So I'm going to launch this, and Davis is going to also be joining me in terms of really talking about the process and that we went through. So I just want to begin by saying that I want to congratulate this Board of Supervisors for committing multiple days to thinking about and reflecting upon effective governance practices. The discussions we had over the course of those few days and the agreements made really reflect the dedication and stewardship of all of you as you do your really important work. As stated so clearly in the introduction to the Calaveras County Governance Handbook, I just want to read one paragraph because I think it really reflects the work that we embarked upon together. Although elected from individual supervisorial districts, supervisors work together as a governance team with the chief administrative officer. Even though it is the board that governs Calaveras County, the board is made up of individuals. And it is the professional governance manner and effectiveness of individual supervisors that determines the effectiveness of the Board of Supervisors. So this process that we embarked upon and went through over several days resulted in the documentation of the Calaveras County Governance Handbook and Principles of Good Governance and the agreements about the governance structure. It was a really amazing several days. It was just a pleasure to work with this board and CAO, and I want to really, and now I want to turn it over to my colleague, Davis Campbell, who's going to further describe both the process and the results. Davis?
Thank you, Babs. Good morning. So I do want to mention that depending on how things go, I will be leaving at 10:40. I had an extraction and the subsequent infection that I have to go see my surgeon and complained to him about how that happened. So I will be leaving after that point. I do want to share the thoughts that Babs expressed. And I want to really express my appreciation to the board for the welcoming and the openness that they approach this, which sometimes can be difficult discussions. I actually think that this has been one of the more effective and pleasurable boards that we have worked with. I think everybody was focused, attentive, stayed on track. It was a very extensive discussion, but very approached by the board very sincerely. I have absolutely no doubt that this board has a fundamental commitment to effectively governing Calaveras County. There's just no doubt in my mind about that. I think that they really embraced a lot of the discussions and listened to each other, and I felt great about the work of the board, so it's really a pleasure to be here. I thought what I would do is basically summarize as a framework for the governance handbook what we discussed, and also for anyone that's sitting in today that may not be aware of it. We really focused our discussion on the three fundamental elements of effective governance, effective board governance, something that we have seen over the last 40 years present in virtually every highly effective board. There are three elements. The first was operating each individual board member, supervisor in this case, operating with a governance mindset. The second was the board as a whole working together, having a high degree of coherence in their work. And the third is establishing a governance structure within which they can work, sort of the guardrails, or however you want to express it. So briefly, let me talk about each one because they really do represent the work of the board. The first is we spent time talking about what does it mean to be a board member, because everyone on the board understood and understands that even though they're elected individually, they must work together as a board, because only the board has the authority, the legal authority to set direction and make decisions, and it must be in a public meeting with a majority of the board. So individual board members cannot be really effective no matter what their particular beliefs and feelings are, unless they're effective as a group, unless they can work together as a board. And really, Calaveras County deserves to have a board that can do that. I'm absolutely convinced that this board will do that as a result. So there really are four characteristics that every effective trustee, and I mean this seriously, every effective trustee demonstrates. One, they recognize that this is a systems job, that governing the Calaveras County is not so much about individual pieces, it is about how all the pieces fit together, and a lot of moving parts in a county like Calaveras particularly. Secondly, they individually each function with a strategic focus. That's different from functioning with a tactical focus. Tactical meaning the sort of the down-in-the-weeds individual decisions made at all levels within the county. That's not really their job, because the county board of supervisors is a strategic job, which means you have to look at all of those moving parts and make sure that they all fit together and work together towards achieving the goals of the strategic plan. Third, every effective board member is a learner, and that means that they really do a lot of deep learning about the issues, and I was very impressed that the knowledge that each individual supervisor has about the major issues that are facing Calaveras County, they're able to to really understand the nuances and difficulties surrounding major policy and strategic decisions the Calaveras board has to make. And finally, the one that we all sort of live with, which is managing the public manner. It is very important, and this again is what highly effective board members do, and it becomes intuitive after a while, which is making sure that they in fact are operating in a civil manner, treating everyone, staff, public, fellow trustees, treating everyone with a sense of respect and a sense of making an assumption that they're all operating from a basically solid manner. So that's the first one, governance mindset. We spent quite a bit of time talking about that because that is absolutely essential, that this internalization of the governance manner, which is very much an internal sort of individual issue, works because the second major element of effective governance is governing as a board with coherence. And that gets to this issue of it's the board that governs Calaveras County. The individuals have to come together and govern as a team. Otherwise, it simply doesn't work. And when you hear about boards that are not doing well, they're having problems, it's normally because they have no coherence as a board. So what do we mean by that? Well, the key word that I always think of when I think of it is shared. It's a shared moral imperative. It's a bond, a shared bond that holds the board together. It's a core belief that they share about what it means to govern Calaveras County and what all the pieces coming together look at, no matter how difficult it is. It is that sense of shared beliefs. Even though, I want to emphasize this, even though it's totally appropriate that there be disagreements, after all, there are 5 individuals, they run in 5 different districts, it's absolutely appropriate for them to have disagreements. It's how they resolve the disagreements and how they work together after the disagreements are resolved. The last thing is they tend to operate and in a culture of collaboration, a culture of trust and respect. Even though they may disagree, that we have fundamental often ideological and philosophical differences on boards, it's how they're able to establish a culture of trust and a culture of respect, even if they don't always agree. And so, because of that, there are 2 major things that are action items, and they'll be reflected in the governance handbook and the governance manual, and that is governance principles, which the board went through and adopted a series of governance principles, which will be the principles that will guide them as a board as they operate. And then finally, agreement on the roles and responsibilities of the board. If the board doesn't agree, doesn't share an understanding and agree on the role and responsibilities of the board, everything else starts to fall apart because they really just don't agree that that's what we're here for. So reach an agreement and sort of always reinvigorating that understanding about roles and responsibilities is really essential. The last piece is the piece that we'll be focusing on mostly today, and that is the adoption of the governance handbook. And the handbook includes protocols. It includes a series of major structural issues. It will include norms. It will talk about how the principles actually direct the actual work of the board in establishing the sort of rules of the road that the board follows. We call those most frequently protocols. So That's basically about as short a review as I can do, as Babs is smiling as she goes, on the tremendous work of this board. This is a very solid, good board, and I think that they are committed to sustaining that by welcoming new supervisors on board, by working together to really fulfill the strategic plan, which after all, they adopt. So with that, I'll turn it back to Babs and see if, how we'd like to proceed now.
Thank you, Davis. That was an excellent summary, really well done, and also supporting the really important discussions that we had over the course of those couple of days. So with that, I'm going to actually turn it over to the chair and see if there are any questions. Madam Chair.
Are there any board questions or comments? Supervisor Stopper.
I supported moving through this process. To say one thing, I really feel this board has worked well together in the past, compared to many other boards I've seen in the past, whether in Calaveras County or elsewhere within the state. But there's always the opportunity to better ourselves, take extra steps to move in this. And, my perspective going into this is, this is basically an outline of, basic principles, morals, ethics, values that, we should all keep in mind. But there's hesitations in it also from my perspective, being critical thinking people, we have differing views, beliefs, feelings, and it's a diverse county. Not each district is the same, and our priorities may very well vary. So at that point, when we have differing views and we put our thought and we study and we look into the material and we each develop our own varying opinions. We're putting our heart and soul into that. Sometimes that's emotional. I think we as a board hold that together well, but there's sometimes we may end up outside that box, just because, if you're really putting yourself on the line with your outlook on something, opinion, what may it be, it's an emotional thing for all of us. And I just really want to say that, for the most part, our board has done well working together in the past, working through those emotions, even though we vary on many different things.
Thank you. Supervisor Callaway?
I think this is the most impressive document. I was very impressed with my colleagues. We touched on many sensitive issues among ourselves, and we realized that we are the ones who set the culture for the county, and we are the ones who set how we expect others to behave, because we have to set that goal for ourselves. And this governance handbook in working with the strategic plan that will be coming before the board with the changes that I hope we make to the CAO position. I'm quite excited about what this board is going to be doing going into the future. I'm sorry I won't be here to see it, and I will not be out in the aisle watching you, but I think the county's in good stead going forward, and I really thank our consultants and the CAO for helping us through this process. It's been a wonderful board to work with, and I'm quite impressed with what's before us now. Thank you.
Any other board comment? Gary?
Yeah, I'll say something, and you know, I agree with Marita and what Ben was saying, and what a lot of, most of the agenda items is not really, that comes before us is not really an emotional thing. There are a couple today that are going to be coming and testing us today, but I think this document that was provided and done is going to be beneficial in the future, especially with new supervisors coming on. It gives them a direction and how to work and how to act with the other supervisors as they go forward. So I think it's very a good document, and I'm going to thank Babs and Davis for helping us through this and working with us to get this done. It was a great pleasure working with you guys. You did a good job. And Davis, I haven't heard Babs say no to you once today, so. Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi.
I will weigh in as well and thank the consultants and thank my fellow board members for putting this together. When I joined this board almost 7 years ago, I couldn't have imagined that we would be able to complete something like this. It's pretty, it may look, like, hey, this is just what people do, but for this board to accomplish this is pretty spectacular. I'm trying to live by it already. I left the room for one phone call and a section got put in that I wasn't aware of, but as Craig said, no one else objected, and I've already agreed to going along with everybody. I'm on board. So it's definitely one of those retreats you don't want to miss a minute of. But I appreciate the work that went into this from both the staff and my fellow board members, and it's a big move for us. So thank you all very much.
I'm just going to echo, because Marita stole one of my lines related to strategic planning, but it's been a great opportunity to work with the board on this, and you and Matt Davis. So thank you for coming and working with us and working through this to deliver this document in front of us. I look forward to utilizing this as a piece of the county going forward. And thank you for the CAO for leading us along on this and getting this completed. If there's no other board comments at this time, I need to open it up to public comment. Okay, we have public comment.
Was there for all of it?
Yeah, you were there.
I had the honor of attending that, both of those training sessions. I learned a lot, and everything that was said here, I saw the same thing. And we have a great board, and it seemed like a lot of the issues that we're learning to overcome are issues that plagued other entities, but not this board. I didn't see disharmony on this board. I didn't see things that, that needed any sort of correction. But I did see a lot of harmony, and the process of governance seems to have two parts. One is purpose, and the other one is process. This training was all about the process part of it. The purpose goes into the issues of morality. We raised the question, what is government? Are there any limitations on governmental power? Well, these are moral questions that go to purpose. And I put together a small paragraph that pledged the board to follow the U.S. Constitution, particularly with the protection of rights to life, liberty, and property. It's about as short as a sentence I could put together, and I don't know if that actually got in the handbook or not. If not, I recommend that the next time that you consider purpose, if you do consider purpose, that you would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Is there any other public comment? Okay, not seeing any in the room. Are there any online on this agenda item?
There are no online public comments.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Does the CAO have anything else to add before?
Well, I'll just thank you guys for hanging in there and going through this process. You know, it was an important one that we discussed early on. Babs and Davis, thank you very much. And then I hope she's hearing, but Jamie Barger in my office worked really hard on the logistics, for us. And if she wasn't doing her job, we wouldn't have pulled it off either. So anyway, thanks all around.
Good, thank you. Well, if there's not any other comments or questions, then is there a motion to approve agenda item number 13?
I'll move this item, Madam Chair.
Okay, got a motion, or is there a second?
I will second this item, Madam Chair.
I do have a question, though, before you call for the vote. I haven't passed a note that was asking, should we do a roll call vote?
Well, with comments.
With comments.
If that is the will of the board, you may. So,
Ms. Callaway keeps asking for comments.
I'll start with Callaway then.
I don't think we need to do a roll call. And I think,
That's fine.
to all my colleagues, it was a very difficult time for us, and I think we all came through as champs. I didn't make a motion or a second because y'all are going to have to live with this. But thank you, Mr. Stuff. And Mr. Tuffanelli. You can tell who I agree with and don't agree with.
We got a motion?
Can you clarify who that is?
So we got a motion and a second on the table. We've heard it from Callaway. Are all those in favor? Aye. It passes 5-0. Thank you, Babs. Thank you, Davis.
Thank you.
Okay,
We're going to take a poll. I might consider that.
Oh, no.
Okay, we're gonna jump now back to the regular scheduled programming of agenda item number 8. Yep, if the clerk can read out.
Regular agenda item 8, resolution OES 1, adopt a resolution authorizing the county administrative officer, assistant county administrative officer, and the director of emergency services to accept funding in the amount of $175,000 and to authorize the submittal of any applications or amendments thereto with the California Fire Safe Council for the purposes of executing grant activities. Requires a 4/5 affirmative vote of the board.
Mr. Osborne.
He is joining us. There he is.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for taking time to hear this today. First, I have to start off with an apology. I did in the staff report note that it takes a 4/5 affirmative vote of the board, but upon further review, these grants have been included in our final budget adjustment this last year that we just completed. So I apologize for leaving that language in there. It should not be in there. And with that, this is the first of 2 grants that we are pleased to bring to you from the California Fire Safe Council. This grant is known as the County Coordinators Grant. And what it does is it allows the county to hire a limited term position for the purpose of wildfire mitigation outreach and coordination. It is our issue here in the county that this will address is we have lots of great both public and what I'll call private groups performing wildfire mitigation. And the purpose of this grant is to hire a person to not only promote and conduct outreach for that mitigation work, but to help coordinate so that we have a united front when it comes to wildfire mitigation here in the county. As each of you is all very aware, wildfire is the biggest threat in our county as identified by our multi-jurisdictional mitigation plan. And so this grant will be used to cover administrative costs relevant to the county coordination efforts, including but not limited to salary, support, and administrative costs for the county coordinator. The county coordinator position, the limited term position, is currently listed on the master control list, and actually we have a pool of applicants ready to screen should you guys choose to accept this grant. And with that, I think I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Is there any public comment on this item?
To repeat what I said before, we need to look at this as to where the rubber meets the road. What effect on local property rights is going to take place with this grant money? Also, in the case of wildfires, we have a problem with first response failure. The reason for that is because when the wildfires occur, they're in a difficult area to reach, and if you don't have aircraft already in the air during these difficult times, by the time they get to the fire, it's already spread too far, and it means sometimes $18 billion in losses. But if you have aircraft already in the air, loaded and ready to go in the area where it's most likely to have the wildfires, you have a good chance of putting the fire out on the first strike. First response, success. So if we can look at this a little bit, I know it's really a lot of responsibility on the state, but even the state should be encouraged to look at this a little closer, because if you spend $1 million to save $1 billion, that's good economics. Also, you'll be saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Are there any other public comment? Not seeing any in the room. Are there any online?
There are no online public comments.
Okay. With that, I'll bring it back to the board. If there are no other questions, then I guess Mr. Stopper.
If there's no other board questions, I would like to move this, Madam Chair.
Okay. We got a motion. Is there a second? We got a second. All in favor? Aye. 5-0.
Thank you.
And then you're up again, Mr. Osborne, for item number 9. So if the clerk could please read out.
Item 9, Resolution OES 1, adopt a resolution authorizing the county administrative officer, assistant county administrative officer, and the director of emergency services to accept funding in the amount of $225,000, and 2, authorize the submittal of any applications or agreements thereto with the California Fire Safe Council for the purpose of executing grant activities, requires a 4/5 affirmative vote of the board.
Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I errantly left the requires 4/5 affirmative vote in the recommendation. This grant is also in our final adjustments, final budget adjustments. This grant is also from the Fire Safe Council and provides grant funding to conduct evacuation planning. As I'm sure you guys are all very well aware, evacuation planning for wildfire and, in reality, other emergencies is a critical piece for us here at OES, and this grant will allow us to reach out and to actually build a framework plan for those evacuations, and to be able to look at traffic flows and different ways that we can move evacuees more efficiently and out of harm's way faster. So this grant is separate from the coordinator's grant and is primarily focused around professional services and miscellaneous supplies. You'll note that the total allocation is $225,000. That is the total grant amount, and that will be spread over the remaining parts of this budget and next year's budget as well. So that's why you see the lower amounts that we anticipate spending during this budget cycle. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the board on this item?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, we'll go with Gary and then Supervisor Callaway after.
John, I'm looking at the financing part we have here, and it's each about $225,000. And it says increase appropriations in the amount of $82,895 for the fiscal year, and the current budget for the following purposes: professional service $102,107, and miscellaneous supplies $9,211 for $111,318. Can you explain a little bit of how those numbers, if you're going to appropriate $82,000 for this year, but you're showing for the purposes of, and the total is different than the 82?
Yes, I apologize for that, and that's just my error in what I listed there. What we have for this grant year, this budget year is $37,225 for the evacuation. That'll be income, and then $79,951 for professional services, $43,051 for software subscriptions. That's specifically for our Zone Haven application. And then we are increasing minor equipment other in the amount of $25,000. So I apologize that those numbers are inaccurate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
Supervisor Callaway?
Mr. Osborne, I'm not quite clear on how this would be implemented. Of course, it's a huge issue in the Ebbets Pass corridor. And will this be involved with working with each of the respective subdivisions on evacuation routes? How will it dovetail with the local fire districts? I know the first responders, the CAL FIRE, Chief Johnson, so forth, have tried to encourage people to go out the way they normally do, not go down the dirt road where they might need a four-wheel drive tank to get out. I'm not clear on how this is going to be implemented on the ground.
So my envision, I envision this being implemented much like we envisioned, or much like we conducted the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. We're going to hold outreach meetings. We're going to meet with our stakeholders, many of whom you mentioned, and they're going to have influence in the construction of the plan. We intend to do that through the use of a consultant that will help us lead the process to develop an evacuation framework plan to address those needs. It will also allow us to conduct outreach and educate our communities about their specific issues and how to better prepare themselves in the event of evacuation.
We've been through these exercises before. Is there something that might be different this time? We've had community meetings on these same topics, and I kind of feel the expectation is different than what the reality is on what can be accomplished. I'm just interested in the outcome that's expected.
So our expected outcome is that we will have a framework plan that we can use as a template to lay over any particular emergency and conduct an evacuation within that framework, which is something that we haven't ever really got to before. We have, operational plans that talk about who's going to do the evacuating and who's responsible for what for those different pieces. And this plan will produce things that we can do ahead of time, such as maintenance of those dirt roads, signage, community outreach, so that we better educate our communities about what's expected of them and the timelines that they can expect during an evacuation, and how that may influence an individual's need for evacuation in regards to when and where. Everybody has their own set of circumstances. I'll use mine as an example. I've got dogs and horses and cattle, and depending on the time of year, lambs and pigs at my house. So what that means is if I'm going to gather those folks up, gather those animals up and evacuate, it's going to take me a lot longer to evacuate versus someone that just has to load up their, household cat. And so our goal with this is to educate the public about their being more aware of their own particular circumstances, and then being aware of, the process of evacuation and how we may evacuate. An example of that that is paramount in the county is the Highway 4 corridor. Everybody thinks about going downslope in the event of a fire, and that may not necessarily be the most effective way to evacuate the communities along the Highway 4 corridor, just as an example. And so that's what this planning process will do. We'll be able to run models and hear from stakeholders about what will be the best way to conduct an evacuation during an emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne.
You're welcome.
I have one question. So in the scope, under Section 4, under the scope of work, it notes a cloud-based evacuation map. Lately, the Fire Safe Council has been discussing having a platform to host the evacuation, the maps for each of the districts. Is this something that would support that could possibly support that endeavor, not just for the Fire Safe Council, but also for each of the fire districts across the county? As of right now, I know there's one current map that folks can utilize with the QR code, but there's no home for it. So it's just kind of floating out there, and there's not one location for all of these maps to be for not only first responders to access, but also the public to access. So would that be an example of outreach or resources for the community?
Yes. So the cloud-based system that we're referencing in the scope of work is the Zonhaven application that is available to the public as well as first responders on the community information page on our home website. And we can actually, one of the things that we hope to do is be able to design waypoints and destinations for the 233 zones in the county, so that when there's an evacuation, a resident can go look at their zone, and it will give them live information about which shelter to go to for themselves, for their pets, for their large animals, and which of those shelters and those safe areas are closest to them and the most efficient route to get there.
So it would not help the fire districts?
Well, we help them in that sense.
The mapping, where the helipad would be, or accessing any of those maps?
So I believe the mapping that you're talking about and the map that exists is the Central Calaveras map. And we've actually been looking for a place to for that to reside. We've talked with them about doing that through the county website. And we could certainly incorporate that into the plan building.
Okay, so there is one avenue of resources. Okay, thank you. Topper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is more of a question for County Council and the CAO. This being a budgetary item that requires a 4/5 vote, reflecting, would it not be proper to amend it so it reflected the proper numbers before we, when it comes to financing, before we approve it?
If I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong, John, but I think Mr. Osborne said that the appropriations actually have already been included in OAS's budget, and so it's actually mistaken that it requires the 4/5 vote.
Oh, okay.
Is that correct, John? Did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, but with that, us approving this, would it still need to, no?
I think since we're, I'm sorry. I was just saying, I think if the board's not actually being asked to increase appropriations in this item because it's already been done, then we don't need to worry about that. And I believe John clarified the numbers when Supervisor Toffanelli asked.
Very good.
I'll just mention, Supervisor Toffanelli flagged this for me yesterday evening, so we did some quick homework, and we'll try to get that better the next time.
Are there any other board comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll go to public comment. Are there any public comment? Bertha?
And it's okay if I'm standing up, because I need to stand up as much as I sit down, so don't worry about it. But anyway, John, I just want to make sure that somebody was at the corner or at the intersection in downtown Murphy's during one of our last evacuations. And I'm hearing stories about cars that were at that intersection for 6 to 8 hours because they couldn't move. They couldn't go anywhere. So it's just really alarming that people are going to get the evacuation order. They're coming down the hill, and I know in other circumstances we've gone up the hill, the reverse to go to Bear Valley and be safe up there. But all that human, the human element of these older people sitting in their cars because they cannot move. And that is my big concern, and, I just want to make sure that that's really addressed and people really understand what they need to do.
Madam Chair, may I respond to that?
Good. Yeah, go ahead.
I share that same fear, and that's one of the reasons that we're seeking to do this work, is to figure out a way to move people efficiently and educate them to be ready and to be efficient, and to avoid that exact set of circumstances. That's probably the thing in what I do for the county each and every day. That is probably the thing that wakes me up in the middle of the night the most, is that we can't get everybody out of harm's way in time.
Right. So our lives are in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertha. Is there any other public comment in the room? Okay, seeing none, are there any on Zoom?
There's no online public comment.
Okay. Thank you, John, for answering all those questions. I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion to support this item?
I move this item,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, Madam Chair.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. 5-0.
Thank you.
Next, we have item number 10. If the clerk could read out, please.
Item 10, resolution, Human Resources, adopt a resolution authorizing, 1, the transfer of the Division of Cannabis Control from administration to the chief building official, 2, changes to the position control list related to the cannabis regulatory program, 3, updates to the job description and salary range for the chief building official, and 4, the recommended associated budget changes effective December 3rd, 2022, requires a 4/5 affirmative vote of the board.
Judy.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Management Director. Today, we are bringing before you a resolution transferring to the Division of Cannabis Control. In February of this year, the director of the division had put in his resignation. The CAO and myself met with him to determine what was the best step forward, how do we want to recruit, all of that. It was brought to our attention at that time that the division could not sustain the amount of full-time employees that it had in it, and it was recommended that it be transferred under another department. And this recommendation came from the director of the Division of Cannabis Control. So we, the CAO, met with Mr. Oliver and Ms. Medina and discussed how we can move forward on a temporary basis and ask them to manage the department and then come back in 6 months with recommendations. And in looking at all of the options for the department, it was determined that it would be best suited at this time under the chief building official. So I am asking that we transfer the division. Now, these changes does not change the roles and goals of the Division of Cannabis Control. These strategies were developed to make sure that there was an efficient, thorough, and speedy application review, comprehensive regulation, and effective administrative enforcement. So these will remain in, these goals will remain in effect. We are asking that due to the changes and responsibilities that are being placed on the chief building official, that we do change his compensation by increasing it 5% for the additional duties. We are also asking that we make changes to the position control list by eliminating the Director of Cannabis Control, which will save the program. The recommendations will save the program $172,000 annually. And then we are asking to transfer the administrative assistant who's within the department right now under the building department and the department analyst to the planning department. The planning department does have responsibilities to the cannabis division, and so the analysts will continue to take care of those responsibilities within planning. Under the building department, there is assistance there by permit techs that can help make sure that the efficient process is maintained and continually improve the process. There's always room for improvement, and the chief building official has identified areas that we can make it more efficient and easier on our growers. So is there any questions on these changes that I can answer?
Madam Chair, if I could just add one thing. Also looking at the position and the workload that's going through there now versus when things first got fired up, the workload has gone down substantially. There's still work to be done for sure, but it's not what it was, and that's also part of the recommendation, and it does save a substantial amount of money.
Supervisor Carver.
Ms. Hawkins, why not change the chief building official's title to also include director of cannabis control? I mean, you have HR and risk management. I mean, there's other departments that have two separate things, so that it's clear to the public and/or to applicants where they go. I don't know that people would think, oh, I'm going to go to the building official to talk about a cannabis issue.
And this, I did discuss that with Mr. Oliver, and we had discussions. It's the division is being moved under building, but it was not, we did not feel that it was necessary to also change the title. That is something, if the board is requesting, we can look at.
I mean, chief building official, I'm going to build a house. I mean, I'm not going to get a cannabis permit from the chief building official. I'm just thinking, as we move forward out of this transition, I'm not sure how Mr. Oliver feels about it, but I'm just thinking in terms of communicating what that individual is responsible for in a title. Where do I go? Excuse me, if I have a cannabis question. Gee, I'm going to go to the chief building official? That's all. I just think that it would be nice if there was some more clarification. I don't, but I
Madam
don't
Chair?
know how the chief building official feels, or the CAOEO.
Craig?
No, I was going to say, as far as communications on our website and all those kinds of things, it'll still be, talking about cannabis control. It'll just be directed, all inquiries, phone numbers, all that will still lead back, to Mr. Oliver. And I would say there's a whole bunch of different positions in the county that people have numerous different sub-duties, back to the CIEIO, and also the purchasing agent, the personnel officer, role in emergency services, but I don't list all those things. And there's a number of other people like that. But in this case, I think all of our outreach where the public would normally reach out, for information on cannabis, it'll be on the website. It'll direct them, over, to Doug. If it's a problem, we can adjust.
Supervisor Stopper.
I have one question to the CAEIO. With this here, it says we're moving the administrative assistant, the department analyst, one to planning and one to building, I assume.
Correct.
On a reimbursement basis. So this is kind of getting down in the weeds a little bit. So does that look like one full FTE to building and one full FTE to planning? And then at that point, they do work in the other thing. At that time, they'll be reimbursed, and then there will be salary savings within the department at that point?
Yeah, they can only bill for the work that they're doing,
Right.
in the cannabis world. There are, at least in both divisions, I believe there's vacancies, currently, I know in planning for sure. So it may be as we move forward, we may look at those vacant positions too, to see if we can modify that.
Okay, understood.
And right now, we do have other positions within other departments that are charged back to the program.
Are there any other questions from board members? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it over to public comment, unless you have anything more, Judy?
No, I think that's...
Okay. Is there any public comment?
Al Sagawa, Taxpayer Association. It's not clear to me what the county's doing in cannabis. I understand there's state regulations. Why do we have Cannabis Control Board? What are is it about odor? We already have laws on the books. Well, if neighbors are disturbed with the odor of cannabis, I don't know what are the other issues that require so much regulation, so much expense. Perhaps this could be reviewed, and maybe this is not needed anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, did you want to?
Well, just a comment. We're actually trying to find a more efficient way to do the work that is necessary. So no matter how it's being funded, it's less money to do it. Less FTE, less cost. So we are reducing the cost, reflecting, the work change in workload. But there's ordinances that need to be, followed, and permits to be issued, and things that need to be tracked to comply, with the local code and state law.
Good morning, Mark Bolger, Rimrock Farms. I'll keep this short. I won't abuse my privilege and bleed into the next agenda item, but I will say, as the industry's having to find ways to tighten our belt and cut costs where we can, I think it's only prudent that county government does the same. I think you can ask any farmer right now, and about 70% of our job is regulatory compliance, and we're interfacing with the building department constantly on expansions we're doing, fire code. I mean, we're having lots of dialogue there already. Mr. Oliver, Michael Clark have been great to work with. We're engaging with their department, I think, more than any other right now, so this seems like a prudent move and definitely seems like a good fit for the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, not seeing any in the room, I'm going to switch to Zoom. Are there any comments online on this item for Zoom?
There are no online public comments.
With that, I'll move it back to the board. If there's no further questions, is there a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to approve this.
Okay, moved by Stopper. Okay, second, sorry. Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, 5-0.
Say good luck.
Okay. Now we'll move on to the next agenda item. 11, if the clerk could please read out.
Item 11, action item, Administrative Office, introduce, waive reading, and authorize summary publication of an uncodified ordinance extending the temporary 60% reduction of the cannabis cultivation square footage tax rates established by County Code Section 3.56.050 B1 through 3 through 2023 as authorized by Section 3.56.070. Requires a 4/5 affirmative vote of the board.
With this, I will turn it over to the
I got it.
TAO.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, as stated back March 8th, the board approved an ordinance temporarily reducing the cannabis cultivation tax rates by 60% for the entire calendar year of 2022. I won't recite these, but I did pull out in the body of the memo some of the key provisions that were cited, findings that were cited in the resolution that was in the ordinance itself, making that case for the temporary reduction. Given that the temporary tax reduction does sunset at the end of December, we wanted to bring back to you some additional information and get direction from the board how they would like to deal with, the upcoming change. If we do nothing, the tax rates will go up to what they were before, or we could make adjustments, to them. I did reach out to a number of the county staff, including the chief building official, assistant CAO, planning director, agricultural commissioner, the sheriff, on what they were seeing out in the field and amongst their peers. And I'll also say a big shout out loud to county council on the technical help, through this as well. We did contact some of the local cultivators to get, their perspective on what was happening. Also contacted, actually, while we were down at CSAC, at the conference, talked with representatives from the California Cannabis Authority, Joint Powers Authority created by California counties, to get, their take on what was happening statewide, and also got a sampling of what was happening in several other counties in the state. So I will go into this a little more detail. What did I find? I gave you a history of the decline in wholesale prices for dried cannabis flower in Calaveras County. We did have received early indications pointed to the loss of approximately 10% of Calaveras County's permitted cultivators as we move into 2023. And other counties are experiencing similar losses of their smaller scale farms. Beginning July of 22, the state curtailed its $150 per pound tax on cultivation and moved that to the retail, folks. But the retail folks appear to have made reduced the amount that they're willing to pay. I assume to absorb that additional tax, coming from the state. And at least the bottom line is that the state tax savings have not been realized by the local farmers, the local cultivators. Cannabis sales and profits are down as supply expands across the state and beyond, as buyers have more and cheaper choices. That's a little supply and demand, happening right now. Examples of what's going on in some of the other counties, Humboldt, probably the most aggressive thing I saw was they did reduce tax rates, actually suspended them altogether for 2 years. But also Sonoma with Balance, they reduced theirs by 45% for 2 years. Lake County reduced theirs by 50% for 2 years. And Monterey has a different kind of schedule, a little more complex, but have made some changes in theirs. So overall, the Calaveras legal cannabis industry is still in its infancy and will continue to evolve over the next few years. Tying into, I did get some additional information I asked from Mr. Oliver that kind of related to some of those bullets from last year's action by the board. 41% of cannabis permits are delinquent on their third quarter taxes. So it's just very recent information in.
What can you repeat?
41% of cannabis permits are delinquent on their third quarter taxes, which is very close to what we were experiencing last year, as 42% at this time. And then we were just asking, what about appeals on revocations? And it says that appeals have been requested on 6 of the revocations, permit revocations, because of the late payment on taxes. So that's just a little additional, information. I gave you a chart that your board has seen about, the history of our receipts, cannabis excise tax receipts. And there was a slight decline, a 20% decline between 21-22 and 22-23. Some of that is a timing, issue, but still a notable drop. Given the price, sales, and profit declines amongst cannabis growers, as outlined in the memo, it appears that your board, like others throughout the state, made the right choice last year to approve a temporary reduction in the cultivation tax to help stabilize the local industry and the general fund's excise tax receipts. Staff feels the same information supports continuing the reduction in 2023. However, your board does have options. You could choose to take no action and allow the rates to automatically raise to the prior levels, or you could approve a lesser reduction. Instead of 60%, you could do 50%, 30%, or anything like that. Anyway, but again, the information provided in the staff report indicates that neither of those alternatives would be prudent in a still evolving market, and could have immediate and long-lasting negative effects on the county's general fund revenues and legal cannabis industry in general. And again, there's a little bit of just, supply and demand that's going into this equation in my comments, my observations, and I will say I am not an expert on the cannabis industry, and it's volatile out there. The people that I have spoken with that, are accustomed to this market. Some folks, might say, well, charge everything that that we can. That's a good chance that we could really see a huge reduction in our revenues, and we might actually damage the industry substantially into the future if we go too heavy on that. If you were to do any kind of a lesser reduction, and say you went to, like 50% or something like that, I'd keep it, my advice would be keep it minimal if you were to do something, because I'd be, again, concerned about it. It may seem like, just change the number and the revenues come in. It could be change the number, and you could actually, see a reduced amount, and you could damage the, industry. But again, as I say that, I will admit I am a novice at this one, but I've tried to do, the best homework that I could. And that's my best advice, to the board, but it's a discretionary decision for the board.
Thank you, Craig. Topper?
Thank you, CAO. Even without your experience and knowledge of the industry, I couldn't agree more with a majority of your comments. It seems you did your homework and you're able to give a correct outlook from my perspective on everything. One thing is, I have a question as to the 41% delinquency in this quarter. I've had some calls from some cultivators that have received notices of possible revocation, that they may be revoked within a certain amount of time because they haven't paid their taxes, and in fact these cultivators have paid their taxes, and through the process there's a miscommunication between the tax collector and the cannabis department / building department. Could you address that, Mr. Oliver, please? Because has that been refined into your number of 41% delinquency? Because that may change it.
Good morning, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. In short, those numbers were taken into account. The process of tax collection for cannabis is unique. I think the tax collector could speak more on the mechanics of that, but the long and the short of it is they do accept post dates, they do accept other means, which means that when we get our monthly report from the tax collector, sometimes payments maybe haven't arrived but would be counted as paid on time. And so there are people that say, hey, I paid, but it didn't show up on our report. We send out a friendly reminder when we get the report of delinquencies, because if they haven't paid within 30 days and they go on this delinquency list, we let them know they have 30 days to pay in order to keep their permit active. So they still have another month to come in or prove that they paid. If it's not on the list currently, we've just asked that they provide a receipt or some proof that it was in the mail with appropriate postmark. We are working with the tax collector on improving the payment reporting so that we can include it in to track it so that all departments see all payments, and it does open the door for online payment of your taxes, which is something that Lahua and I have talked about. We hope to bring that to you in the next couple of months, so I'll be sharing that. That'll improve communication and prevent those questions and issues from coming up. We don't want to send out those notices if we don't have to. So we do have a solution for that, but any of them on the list that we weren't certain had paid by mail or whatnot, we did take them off. And I will say that of that 41%, we're not talking about multiple quarters delinquent. We're talking about 1 quarter delinquent, and it's only by a couple of weeks. There are market issues. There are, they've just harvested, as far as I know, many of them. They're waiting on getting that that pay checks so they can pay their taxes. In many cases, there's a little gap there. So we do expect that the first round, when we get the notice of delinquency, that we get a lot of payments in once we send out our, hey, remember, you've got 30 days. I will say this, based on compliance records, this industry is probably more compliant than any other industry I've worked with as it pertains to following the regulations. Our standard, if we have the best possible codes, the cheapest process, the fastest process, we're still going to get, on average, 74% compliance for building permits, for that sort of thing. The cannabis industry is about 90% compliance. If there's an issue, it gets solved. So they are a rarity in my scope of work, because they're very interested in making sure they keep those licenses current. And so our friendly reminders do help out quite a bit.
And I can appreciate that. So, hearing what you just said, sir, this 41% doesn't necessarily look great compared to the 42% this time last year. But at that time, last year, we're looking at multiple quarters delinquencies, people that weren't necessarily going to pay. And now this is only a couple weeks on one quarter delinquent, and with the opportunity that more than likely, and most of these people will pay, provided that they have the money and they move their product.
My expectation is the majority will come in before the deadline, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I really appreciate the update on the 90% compliance on it. That's something refreshing to hear. That tells me that, throughout everything we learned over the years when we put forward this ordinance, and now that you've taken, so to say, this bull by the horns, sir, that you've implemented, some strategies to help bring people into the fold so that we have a majority of good actors with it, working with us.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass that along to staff.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Madam
Next,
Chair.
do you have a question for Doug?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize what Ben said about the tax collector and communication. Please express to the tax collector, if we don't get the opportunity, we need to get this figured out. It's kind of embarrassing for someone to have to prove to your department that they paid another department. We should, from the outside, we look like one department. So if you pay one, the other should know. So hopefully they'll come on board with TrackIt or with other tracking system you're using to put this together, because it's just, if somebody paid their bill, they should get credit for it. We shouldn't, I know you agree with me, but if we can emphasize that with the tax collectors, if she moves into her new role, that would be great. And I'll do that personally as well.
I appreciate that. I do want to make it clear that in no way am I saying that there's any miscommunication. It's just processes with two departments need to be worked out, and she's fully aware and committed to it. We've talked a couple times already. So I expect in the next couple of months we can bring you something in a study session that you'll be happy with.
Right. I mean, it just, somebody expressed to me the other day that they had to prove that they'd paid their taxes to your department from tax collector. And, I mean, come on.
Easy to sort out. We'll make it work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any?
I will say this, I don't disagree with what Ben and Jack say. They don't need to prove it. I mean, that's up to us. You go in, you walk in, either you mail it in, or you walk into the counter and pay it. You get a receipt, but she should record that. And because it belongs to you, because you're sending out the notification, not her, that's delinquent, that we need to make sure that she's online with it and you get the information as soon as you can.
We hope to bring you an online payment solution as well. So there's some good conversation happening between the two departments right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any board questions or comments, any other on this item before I turn it over to public comment? Callaway?
The last time we discussed this, I made the recommendation of, I believe it was 75%. I'd like to throw that out to the board, again, to consider increasing from 60 to 75% reduction in the tax. As the staff report said, this is industry still in its infancy, and if we don't do anything, we're doing a lot of damage to the industry. It is part of the economy to this county in more ways than just getting the tax that we receive. There's other industries and businesses, excuse me, I'm sorry, that benefit from this. And considering what's been happening in the state, what the state has done to recognize it, I would like the board to consider moving it from a 60% to 75%. Just as something to cogitate. You like that word?
I'm going to look it up and make sure you used it within context.
Practice in the mirror for this moment.
Okay. Are there any other board comment, Stopper?
I do hear what Ms. Callaway is saying, but at the same time, looking at our financing and everything we're going through within this county, I cannot justify moving it up myself as one more than 60%. I can say I'm really appreciative of the industry. Looking at for year 21-22 actuals, you paid a little bit over $3.5 million. That has been a benefit to this county in multiple facets. But at the same time, as being one of the supervisors that moved forward with you know, bringing back cannabis to the county, we did also make a promise to the people that you were going to make a contribution to the community. And you do that through other, you know, investment to other businesses and such when it comes to, you know, buying materials, all the building, all the contractors you hire, the people you do within you hire within the community. There's multiple facets, but there's also the facet of this money that helps benefit the county in substantial other ways, more so than what you've done. So I, for one, cannot justify moving that up above the 60% that we've already done, with the exception of Humboldt. We're in line with a majority of the other counties, if not a little bit more than a majority of the other counties that have reduced taxes within the state.
Kyler?
I'm not going to go back and forth on
Oh, we're not going to play badminton. I think as the staff report said, it's gone from $500 a pound to $30 a pound. That's a lot more than 60%. And if we want to help the industry and we want to make it part of the economy, that we need to go a step further than what we're doing now. And I'd like the board to consider that, because as we start losing farmers, then the impact to the county is even more. And I think the decision for me isn't just on the income, the tax money that we receive, the estimate 2.8 million, which is estimated for 22-23. As the growers start leaving the county or closing shop, and all of us know growers who have done that, what is it that we can do to help them survive? That's why I'm asking for a increase in the percentage drop of taxes. Thank you.
Are there any other board comment? Okay, with that, we'll move on to public comment. So how we're going to do this is I'm going to start in the room, and then I will go to Zoom. And then just a friendly reminder for those of you in the room, please pay attention to the light, the green, yellow, and red, and each comment has 3 minutes. Okay? You're up.
Chair Follendorf and members of the board, good morning and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. My name is Zach Trevon and I'm an attorney. I represent cannabis startups and businesses operating in about 10 different jurisdictions, and myself and my clients have been fortunate enough to get as many facilities permitted here in Calaveras County over the last 3 years or so. I'm here today in support of my clients who are in attendance here, including Whiskey Slide Farms LLC, Pinnacles of Prussian Hill LLC, Vulture Farms and Processing Corporation, as well as HWMC Farms, as well as in support of my friend, the prodigious Mark Bolger, and his company Rimrock Farms. I'd hope to provide some additional context because my office represents operators in many different jurisdictions. And we appreciate the consideration of staff, especially the recommendation to continue this financial relief that we've been receiving over the past year. I would say that those in the room today are committed. They're sticking it out. Many have had to take on third-party financial obligations in order to maintain their regulatory financial obligations and tax obligations to the county, whether that be taking on financing, robbing Peter to pay Paul figuratively. They're doing what they can to stay in the game and weather this horrible market. The difference between who is going to weather this storm and come out the other side and who will fall by the wayside, in addition to the resolve of the operators themselves, is the responsiveness of our government counterparts. And through the action that you took last year, you have allowed this industry to continue to survive. And speaking as far as context is concerned, other jurisdictions with higher populations and more revenue being produced from traditional industries, to them, the budget impact of cannabis revenue is relatively small. For many of those counties, their lack of responsiveness is due to the juice not being worth the squeeze, so to speak. Here in Calaveras County, we are not in that position. Cannabis represents a significant part of the local economy. It produces jobs and a substantial amount of revenue. And when considering whether or not to extend this financial relief, and as Ms. Callaway suggested, perhaps going a bit further, I would look at the scope and the scale of the industry here in Calaveras County in light of the overall budget, and understand that the financial relief that you may be able to provide or extend now and the austerity that you may be able to bear in the short term may bear a greater amount of fruit in the long term. We need to keep the long term in view. Right now we're serving the California market. We have an overproduction problem. The price of the product has continued to slide, and even with the financial relief that you've provided, operators have continued to struggle. And indeed, we will be filing some appeals for permit revocations for late payment. We're harvesting now, and we're going to do what we can to salvage these businesses. But I would ask you take these things into consideration in considering how far you go in extending this relief. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, board. Good to see you guys again. Bert Schufelt from the Angels Murphy area. I came today mostly, I read this agenda item and I saw that there was no discussion of increasing the relief, and I saw staff talking about the possibility of reducing it, so I thought I'd just come and kind of advocate in that direction. And one other data point is, you know, some of you I know love San Francisco. It's well known for not taxing too much, right? They've eliminated their entire cultivation tax for the next 2 years as well. That's a jurisdiction we didn't talk about. When Measure G went into effect, according to the numbers in the agenda packet, the price for a pound for a grower was about $1,000. According to the numbers in the agenda packet now, it's less than $150. That's an 85% reduction in revenue to the farmer. I think it would be pretty appropriate to continue that reduction to in line with the prices of pounds, because when we first came to you guys for relief, 4 members of this board thought it appropriate to reduce it 60% when we had felt a reduction in revenue of 50%. So it just stands to reason that we're hurting worse than we were last time. The same remedy that you as a board, decided was reasonable at that point was 60%. We're in worse shape. We need more help. It would be nice. And, when you give blood, you don't give 9 pints because you're not going to get any more after that. And that's a point that a few people have made. If you squeeze us too hard, there's not going to be any tax revenue left. It's just basic free market economics. So I think that we should go a step further than what Madam Callaway said, and that is go up to 85%. I would love if we could follow Humboldt and not have banned the industry in 2018, but we didn't, so I don't anticipate us doing as good as Humboldt on tax relief, but that would be ideal too. The way Measure G was written, you guys have wide discretion to adjust rates, provide incentives, and make it better, and that was what we voted on, was that you guys could tweak it because sometimes these things need tweaks. So I would just, like you guys to think about maybe going above and beyond the 60% because we could do it. I reduced my canopy in the last year. I went from an acre to 10,000 square feet. That was a reduction in revenue for you guys. The reason I did that, a large piece of the puzzle that we put together in my business was that canopy tax. So you're going to see more farmers reduce their square footage than you realize without further relief, and you're going to get less money than you think. So just think about, we talk about free market stuff, let's think about it.
Thank you.
Greetings, Board of Supervisors. Good to see you all here, working hard. My name's Kevin Clay. I'm CFO of Blue Jay Farms, and we've got several licenses. So I speak on behalf of my peers in the farming industry and my company. So I pulled a QuickBooks page about how much taxes we've paid in the last 2-3 years. $608,000. One farm. Whoa. So I've been in real estate for 30 years and whatnot, and went to a bunch of seminars and all those classes you have to take to get smarter, they say, and keep your license current. And there was a seminar once that this gentleman he handed out a Post-it note to everybody. And it kind of struck me as to what that was all about. And he finally went through it and said, if there's something I'm talking about and you want me to go deeper, and that was his sign to stay on a particular subject to help the classmates understand things. So that kind of struck me. And I started thinking about some of the similarities and how I'd like that to make sense to you, to understand what I'm trying to ask here, is that the farmers have gone deeper. They've all gone into their pockets as deep as they can. They've all gone into their savings. They've all gone into their retirement. Some have gone south. Some still owe taxes. Some still owe vendors. They are going deep. They've gone deep. They've gone into their time that they spend with their family to stay in compliant, to make everybody at the state and the county and all the other things we have to kind of make happy. So what I'm really here to ask you is to go deep. Take that first year and go to zero. You want to make it slow. Yes, you certainly have that right. But make it zero. Let those 41% catch up with the taxes they're behind, paying the penalties. We've struggled tremendously. I know all that. You know all that. You really do know all that. You've been given all the figures and the numbers and everything. But we're here to survive, and we want to survive, and we want to pay the money that you need to keep your budget allowed. So my statement is, go deeper. 1 year, zero, and then you can reassess. Thank you for giving me my 3 minutes. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Mark Bolger, Rimrock Farms. It's funny, I talked with a good friend of mine who's a walnut producer in San Joaquin County the other day, and he said that they were finally ready to accept us as farmers because now we don't make any money either. So we're part of the crew now. So as a self-proclaimed novice, Mr. Pedro, I think you did an amazing job dissecting the current cannabis marketplace. I think staff's report is spot on about pricing. We're hurting right now, big time. Never thought I'd say this on a public record, and I'll look right up at the camera. Gavin Newsom, you did the right thing, getting rid of the cultivation tax, and all the people in Sacramento, my hat's off to you. As Mr. Pedro stated, though, it didn't trickle down to the farmer. That was absorbed by larger brands that white label our product on wholesale, retail, distributors. It didn't do anything to help us. I'm not going to bring up, as Ms. Calloway has coined, the trauma drama of the years where cannabis was a much more highly debated topic. But in 2018, a former, iteration of this board put a bullet in our head. Straight up. There's no way to sugarcoat it. 2 years later, when we came out of that coma, we woke up to a tax bill in front of us before we even, right as we were harvesting, before we even sold our crop. We've had that monkey on our back for the last several years, and we're all big boys and girls. I'm not going to complain about that. We got into this knowing that there was going to tax. As Mr. Schufelt stated, though, these numbers, when you guys came up with Measure G, we were talking about substantially higher revenues for the industry, and we're just not seeing that now. So, and I swear, Mr. Stopper, I'm not picking on you, but, you gave some comments that I just have to mention. Your obligation to the people, Measure G passed. We're talking about a group of citizens that, we can't even get a 1% sales tax, to keep fire departments funded. So I understand that you guys do have an obligation to implement Measure C, but you do also have broad latitude to adjust that to market forces. And maybe this is part of a broader discussion that a set cultivation tax rate based on canopies, maybe not the most efficient way to go about it, and many other counties that have a gross receipts tax makes a lot more sense. In regards to Humboldt's tax, you guys need to consider that theirs is the inverse of ours. They pay on last year's. So when we were paying $2 a square foot for 2021, they were paying 15 cents a square foot after their 85% reduction. For 2022, when we've paid all our taxes at 60%, which, thank you, it very much helped, they're paying $0. So, them and the other counties mentioned, they haven't revisited this. So Lake, Sonoma, they haven't gone back to it. So thank you guys for your time.
Any other in-person? Yep.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm Michael Leary with Vulture Farms and Processing. I have a broader view of the cannabis industry because I not only own Vulture Farms and Processing, but I'm president of the board for a company that owns Wonder Tree Distribution, 5 dispensaries throughout the state, a delivery service that reaches from Fresno to Sacramento, from up here in the foothills into San Francisco. And only twice has my board of directors come to me and said, we've made a decision without you. And one of them was last year to reduce my canopy size in Calaveras. They got rid of 7 of my licenses. They said, we can't afford to pay that up there anymore. You're going to have to be reduced to 1 license right now. And I was like, oh my gosh. But we did it, and it helped. I myself personally, this gentleman's paid $600 and some odd thousand. I paid half of that, $300,000+ in taxes while being in operation here in Calaveras County. And I'm thankful for being in operation. I get nervous up here, so if I look like I'm shaking a little bit, I am. I get nervous talking. But my board came to me the other day and told me that they're going to make some procurement changes, that Humboldt County will be the primary products that are coming through our stores because their price is going to be cheaper. Now, I can look around this room. I owe all these people money from my stores. I owe all of them. Every single one of them. And what's sad to say is I got to tell them when I'm done paying them, I can't take their product anymore because the price is higher because of the tax. And sorry to break it to you guys this way right now, but that's reality. That's what's happening. So, and I'm also a resident of Calaveras County that has a Calaveras County farm. So when my board did this to me, they're doing it to me too. But that's the business decision that needed to be made. And I just wanted to pass that on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other in-person comments before I switch? Al?
Al Segal again, the Taxpayer Association. I don't grow or smoke weed, but I know people from my real estate business that do have farms, and I know a little bit of history about prohibition, and I think there's lessons to be learned. Government got into the alcohol business, regulate it, well actually to ban it, to try to improve human nature. Well, what happened was there was no more legal business in alcohol. People made their own. That black market attracted criminals like Al Capone. And so finally, our elected leaders came to their senses and passed an amendment to repeal prohibition. And things got back to normal. Crime rate went way down. During prohibition was way high. So that's a lesson for us to learn. Do you know how much of a local black market we have? Do we know how many pounds of marijuana are grown at home or in non-regulated farms? I suspect not. But to get a better idea of the marketplace, it's a good idea to find out where the supply is coming from. You can go on the internet now and get gummy bears that are THC. When you have an oversupply of a product, you have lower prices. And perhaps that's the economic basis for the problems you're discussing now. There's an oversupply. You don't know where it's coming from, or maybe you do, but I think the first thing that should be done is to have an investigation, maybe not by the sheriff department, by maybe some experts, to find out what the status of the non-regulated market is. And if it's as high as I suspect it is, well then here's the origin of your problem. And then comes the idea of ending prohibition. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Are there any other in-person?
Hello, my name is Vincent McCree. I'm the owner of HWMC Farming. I'm in one of those 41% of the people that didn't pay their taxes, and I have to file an appeal today for an additional $1,000. And a lot of the things that I've noticed in these conversations about the farming that we haven't spoken about in the farming. I start prepping next month for plants that I don't put in the ground until July. My business starts now. I haven't even collected money from last January when I started. The industry in itself has completely came to a halt, and it's directly affecting how we pay taxes. I'm on the phone more with people trying to collect money, making threats of going to a third party where I'm going to have somebody else intervene with getting a collection, that in the end, I won't get the money anyway, because when it goes to grand courts, we get kicked out anyway. So at this point, being in this 41% and the adjusting of taxes is being spoken about now still doesn't affect us for, the shot that we took from last year. And like I said, the 41%, I'm sure, as myself, will come up with the $978. We'll make the appeal, we'll pay our taxes, and we'll move forward. But just take into consideration, our business is very slow and very laggy, and the money isn't there now. And we appreciate you guys, and without you guys, we will not be able to continue farming. I own 4 houses in this county, and without my farm, I can't pay my property taxes. Without my property taxes, I can't have a home, I can't pay fuel, I can't go to Centers to buy food. So without this adjustments now, there will be no tomorrow for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other in-person before I change to Zoom? Okay, not seeing any. Are there any Zoom comments?
There are no online Zoom comments.
Okay. Go back to the room one more time before bringing it back to the board. Are there any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Jack?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be, several, points I want to make. First off, we put about $1.2 million a year into the MET program, marijuana enforcement program, to deal with illegal growers, and that money comes directly. It goes into one big pool, but I always think that it comes directly from the growers. We have a lot of regulatory issues to take on in the state, not the least of which is illegal dispensaries and places like Los Angeles that hurt our farmers. But that's above our pay grade here. So I certainly understand the challenges of farmers. I get paid for my pears in December that I harvest in July, if I'm lucky. So I hear you and I understand the timelines, and that's why, but unfortunately, or fortunately, I have access to other federal loan programs and banking programs that you do not. And that's something else we need to fix. But again, above the pay grade of this board at this time. But I think the most important thing I learned is that it takes 4/5 to pass an ordinance like this. And I've got at least, and it sounds like we're going to stick it at 60%. And so if you want a motion, Madam Chair, I'm willing to make one.
If you want to call the motion, yes.
I'll make a motion to accept item number 11 as written.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor.
I'd like to do a modified motion,
What is that modification?
that we increase the temporary 60% to a 70% reduction.
Here's a modification on the table. Is there a second?
Actually, it's modifying my motion.
Modified.
So
Jack?
no.
No. Okay. So there none?
I would like to speak. I'm going to vote no. I voted no last time. And I would like to modify your motion. You would have 5 votes if you move it to 50%, which was brought to us last time and recommended to us last time. I could go with the 50%. I understand the industry, but there's other industries out there that are struggling too. This industry, we've gone through a lot, you guys. I've been through a lot with you guys. They still don't pay federal income taxes in other industries that are struggling also out there. And one of them is the steel industry. Still pay federal income taxes. So it's kind of a split thing here on those taxes versus federal income taxes. So I would be willing to go to 50%, and then we would have a 5-0 vote. I'll throw that out there.
Okay. Thank you, Gary, for that feedback.
If I may make a comment,
Yes, Dapper?
they do pay federal income tax. They do.
You are now paying federal income tax because...
Always.
So, okay, my apologies.
No worries.
My apologies. It is my understanding that you didn't because it wasn't a federal business that recognized...
They don't receive the same tax incentives and tax cuts that other businesses do because the federal, so they'll let you pay your taxes, but they will not let you take any write-offs from the feds. So at that point, they're paying as much, if not more, than a majority of the other businesses. So just for clarity.
Okay, well, I thank you for clarifying that, and I apologize to you because it was my understanding that because it wasn't, the federal government does not recognize this industry, that there was no federal income taxes paid on it. So, my mistake.
Whether the feds agree or not, they'll take your money. We all know this. It's painful to me every year.
And knowing that, does that change your opinion, Gary?
I will vote for 60%.
You will vote for 60%.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's not a modification.
So we need to go back and we need to recall the motion. I have the attorney with
Just
it.
so we're on the same page and clear, so we had a motion, technically, we shouldn't acknowledge a motion until it has a second, and then someone can propose a modification, but only if the original mover and the seconder, I don't know if that's a word, consent.
So you want to start over and just do it clean?
Well, I think, so we had a motion. For, as presented, which was to continue the existing 60% reduction for another year. So I think the initial question is, does that motion have a second?
Is there a second for the 60%?
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
So now it could be
Modified.
but those two have to consent. So someone can propose a modification.
I'd like to propose a modification
Okay.
to increase the reduction to 70%.
Is there consent on that? From the motion and the second?
You're the first call on the motion, Mr. Garamendi.
I will defer to you. What do you think?
I will follow your lead.
Why don't you both follow my lead?
While you get claps this time, Marita, that's too painful for me most often. So I will defer to Mr. Garamendi, and I will take his lead.
I would vote to keep it the same.
Okay.
Unless you want to disagree, in which case.
Well,
back up.
you know, I've always been a bending person. I did mean what I said. At the same time, I've heard more information, so I keep an open mind, but I did mean what I said.
So you want to go to 70, or?
I didn't say that. No, this.
Okay, so it looks like,
I'm staying where I'm at.
okay, so we're no,
No, so at the moment, I do not hear that the moving party and the seconding party have consented. So I think the motion is not modified and remains as initially made.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
okay, we're good? We can move on?
So.
Yep, okay. So we got a motion and a second. A call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Passes 5-0.
Wow.
Take a break.
Thank you, everyone, for coming today. We appreciate it. And we will be taking a 5-minute break.
Okay, we'll go watch lunch.
Okay, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Next, we have agenda item number 12. Right? Yep, 12. Mr. Oliver, you're up.
Oh, want me to read it?
Oh, sorry, yes. Please read it, clerk, please read it, sorry. I saw him standing there.
Item 12, action item, building. Find exempt from CEQA, introduce waiveful reading of and authorize the summary publication of notice for an ordinance amending Chapter 15.04 of the County Code to incorporate by reference the updated versions of various uniform building codes.
Now, Mr. Oliver, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. What I'm bringing to you is the triennial adoption of the California Building Standards Code. For your board's knowledge, triennially, the Building Standards Commission of California, they adopt the updated version of Title 24 California Code of Regulations known as Building Standards Code. They adopt that July 1st, and then they give local adoption 6 months. So any jurisdiction who wishes to adopt it specifically has 6 months to go through the document, make any changes they want to make, and bring it forward to their board or council in order to approve a version. We are allowed to make changes that are more strict or of equal strictness to what is in the code. You generally can't make something less strict. However, there are several components of the building code or the adopted codes that you can include that weren't specifically adopted at the state level that gives you additional flexibility. And so what I want to identify is that many of the appendices in the California Building Code we have traditionally adopted or carried over into adoption. There are a couple of new ones, or actually one new one which changed the arrangement. Appendix B of the California Building Code is specifically for a local board of appeals. Now, currently we don't have a standing board of appeals for the county, and that board of appeals varied depending on jurisdiction because it was contained in the building code as one paragraph, you can convene a board. This appendix is the framework for a board. This functions similar to your planning commission. It would make decisions and forward them to your board for ratification. What that allows is, if for any reason there is an issue in the code related to a project that I make a decision on based on my scope of knowledge, and the customer disagrees, they can appeal that to this board so that that board may determine if what the customer is proposing is an equal or alternate to the code. They can essentially override me and make a recommendation to your board to accept that change. So it's a necessary, in my mind, it's a necessary step. It's overdue in this county, and it was included in the building code, so I decided to add that appendix in addition to the list that we already carried over. In addition, Appendix C, Group U agricultural buildings, that is a carryover as well. That appendix has been in the code, I believe, since 2007. And what it does is it establishes that if you're going to have specific agricultural uses in an accessory building, they allow you to have larger square footages before requiring sprinklers. They have reduced setbacks, that sort of thing. What that does is, if without that appendix, anything that's over 3,000 square feet that is being used as an accessory building, we can't classify it as a U. We classify it as a S1 or moderate hazard storage. It changes your design parameters and it makes the construction more restrictive. So by adopting this appendix again, we're essentially carrying over that flexibility for agricultural buildings as far as size and fire protection. And in addition, we did have a change. Appendix O previously was our emergency housing appendix. That has been changed in the code to Appendix P. So we're carrying over the same language, it just has a different name. In addition, moving into specific section adoptions, the California Building Code has two halves of its administrative chapter. The first half is all of the state agencies, authorities, and what's delegated to the locals. And then there is a part 2, which is the specific administrative mechanics, basically how to use the code that can be adopted locally. These are also all carryovers from previous code adoption. So essentially, we're saying that we're going to maintain the existing administrative structure in adopting these sections. Okay. Once again, these are optional. However, they are incredibly helpful for us in order to streamline our process and maintain our current functions. At this time, I'm done with what I got here, so if you have any questions.
Are there any questions for Doug from the board? Marita?
With the exception of one of the codes, they're all, the California building standards is all based on the International Building Code?
Yes, yeah.
I was wondering why we don't call it the International Building Code.
Well, because the international codes are the model codes that California uses to develop the California standards. So they took model codes that are international, and they make their statewide changes, and then they hand it to us to make our local changes.
But we can't make local changes unless we make it more restrictive.
Right, and equal or more strict.
Okay. And apologize. The one on snow loading under 1504-40, number 4, it's on, I don't know what page of yours. I have
These are in the
it on-
findings, yes?
97.
I have it on package page 103.
1504.
And so it said the ground, is this based on state law or is a state code, or is this something that we do more restrictive on the county's part?
No, that's just giving specific direction to follow the tables in the code in Chapter 16 of the building code. That Chapter 16 is our load determination and structural design for various structures. It generally does not apply to anyone using the residential code that is specifically for commercial or anything that's outside the flexibility in the residential code.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from board? Dapper?
Not so much a question, just a thank you for bringing this appeals board forward. I look forward to having a group of local industry experts, not that, but also with the fact that, Doug, I've really worked with you on a few different projects when it came to constituents reaching out to me, and you've been more than amenable to looking at different ways to address issues and everything. I think you do a phenomenal job, but I think this will be beneficial in that we can bring industry experts in and possibly get more input beyond each and every one of our individual expertise, right? So it's always better to have more minds on something than we have now.
Agreed, thank you.
Any other? Marita, do you still have a comment? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, if there's no other questions from the board members or comments, I'm going to move it to public comment. Are there any public comment in the room? No? Okay, are there any online?
There are no online public comments.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the board. Seeing no comment, is there a motion to approve this item?
I'll move this item, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Doug for bringing this forward. Good job. It's well laid out and explained very well. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Stopper. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. 5-0. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
We've got two more items. The board, can we move through those two? Okay. So next up is item number 14. I did 13 earlier this morning. If the clerk could please read out.
Item 14, action item, Administrative Office, introduce, waive reading, and authorize summary publication of an ordinance amending County Code Chapter 2.10, County Administrative Officer.
Okay, I hand it over to the COO, CEO.
Okay. I can't. Madam Chair, members of the board, I know you're very familiar with this, but just for the record, because this is an important item, and changing in how we do business here to a great degree will affect people moving forward. But during our workshops that we had with BK Consult on the governance workshops, we talked about perhaps moving to a different model, CAO to a CEO, the primary difference being the potential to go ahead and have higher fire authority over certain non-elected department heads. And we discussed that. Your board seemed to be supportive of that. And with that, again, my colleague, Ms. Edwards here, did a fantastic job in rewriting that section of the ordinance code. It does clarify roles and responsibilities, reinforces the board's policy making role, making it very clear that you determine what is to be accomplished, and then you hold the CEO accountable for getting things done. It likewise gives the CEO clear direction, authority to determine how to accomplish board direction and who he or she utilizes to do same. And we all hope that this also will help somewhat. It's a tangible expression of where the board is headed, and hopefully will help us attract and retain a future CEO. And really, that is it in a nutshell. There will be a salary increase recommended, but that's on this next item. Otherwise, just ready for any questions you may have.
Are there any questions by the board on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll move it over to public comment. Outside in the room, any public comment? No? Okay. Are there any online?
There is no online public comment.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Dapper?
Madam Chair, I can say a majority of this I agree with. I do see how the purpose serves to our quest for obtaining a CAO/CEO in the future, and our commitment. I do have some heartburn over the appointment of some of these department heads and conceding that authority from the Board of Supervisors. So while a majority of this I can agree with, there are parts in here that I think that are within our policies now that haven't necessarily been followed in the past, that address these issues when it comes to CAO having the authority over departments, and delegation of duties. But when it comes to, I think that we as a board maintain a responsibility when it comes to the final say on these certain departments and their appointments. So again, I'll reiterate that while a majority of this I agree with, there's a few parts in here that I don't. So I have reservations as to the whole of it.
Are there any other board comments?
As the board knows, I totally support the concept of the CEO system and holding the CEO accountable for the operation of the county, except for those positions that are required by state code to be appointed by the Board of Supervisors, such as county council, librarian. I think there might be one or two others. I think the concern that Mr. Stopper had brought up in our governance about the CEO getting feedback on department heads is addressed in this description. I think there's so many exciting things going on in this county. I mean, we approved the governance, we're going to have the strategic plan before us. This is just sort of part of the direction that I think the county's going and what makes it exciting. So I support amending, introducing and waive reading of this ordinance for the code chapter 2.10 for the county administrative officer. And that's all. Thank you.
Any other comments? I have a comment. I understand where Mr. Stopp is coming from, but I feel like any concerns I may have was addressed it's on page 136, which is 2.10.080, item D. And there it covers the concern that at any time CAO, CEO can confer with the board regarding various decisions. And it's very, very clear spelled out: transfer, discipline, dismissal, when appropriate. So I think if there's any concerns from the governance manual onto this, I feel like that section really addressed any of those issues of board being part of it. But then again, I believe it goes back to us also holding accountable that position to ensure that they are doing this as such. Other than that, I am happy with the way that this came out, so thank you to Sarah. You spent a lot of time. I think I even caught you here late one night and told you to go home to get a break. So I really appreciate the work that you put into this to bring it here today. Are there any other comments? Are there any?
I'm checking with one online participant right now to see if she wants to make a comment.
There is someone online?
She made a message comment, but so I was seeing if she wanted to verbally.
Yeah, could you read it into, please?
Yes, it's from Sabrina Smith. She wrote, "Is there a reason that there would be a salary increase when other county staff is waiting on a salary survey before they can receive?"
Oh, that's for the next item. That's the next item.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
They put it in right now.
Okay. We can read that into the record at the next item.
Okay.
Okay. So in terms of this item in front of us, which is item number 14, which is the County Code, Chapter 2.10, County Administrator Office. It's a... Okay. Stop it. You have it right on?
Just to address the D point on 2.10.080, appoint, transfer, discipline, and dismiss all non-elected department heads except as specifically required by law. This changes the structure on who we do appoint and don't appoint. At the same time, a confer is different than a decision. So on that point, I understand where it is that there is an opportunity to address it in a different manner. I still stand solid by that I personally would like to maintain some of that responsibility in the future.
Okay. Okay, that's noted. Are there any other board members that have any follow-up on that?
I just want to bring up one thing, and I understand where Ben was going, and it was part of the conversation we had at our conference when we had this discussion. But if you look at that same section D at the very bottom, where it says, recommend to the Board of Supervisors for their consideration and determination the transfer, discipline, or dismissal of such department head when appropriate. So what does that mean? That when the CEO determines that it's appropriate? I would like to just get rid of those two words and just leave it at dismissal of such department head. It comes to the board for our discussion. Because I don't know when appropriate, what that means. How do you determine, well, this one wasn't appropriate, so I did what I wanted, but this one was appropriate, so I brought them to you?
Subject to interpretation.
Yeah, interpretation.
No, so, and I apologize for any lack of clarity, and I'm happy to make edits that the board thinks would serve to make it more clear. So the intention in D is basically to shift, so I'm trying to think of it, to the fullest extent allowed by state law, delegate the board's appointment authority for non-elected appointment department heads to the now named CEO position. That said, as reflected in the second sentence of D, subsection D, there are certain positions which, under state law states, for better or worse, and don't ask me the logic, some of these have been on the books for many, many, many years. As Supervisor Callaway said, the county librarian, county council, the agricultural commissioner, sealer of weights and measures. State law states that the Board of Supervisors shall appoint those positions. So the intention here is for that subset of positions, rather than that person being a CEO appointee, the CEO will make a recommendation to the board, and then the board makes the formal appointment.
So where appropriate is talking about the positions that by state law the CEO can appoint. All the ones above that he can, under the first sentence, that he can specifically, without even bringing anything to it.
The board is delegating the appointment authority to the CEO for he or she to make those decisions. And then for, I think the one appropriate is really just speaking to when the CEO believes that transfer, discipline, or dismissal of one of those board-appointed positions is appropriate, then he or she will bring that to the board for consideration.
Still, when appropriate,
I don't think it necessarily loses anything if you want to remove those two words.
It's up to the board. I mean, when appropriate could mean anything, so.
I think another way of stating what, at least my intention in drafting there, it could say when he or she believes such recommendation is warranted. Something like that was my intention.
Okay. I guess we're either going to be buying into the CEO concept, and that this is the CEO's team, and the CEO let the CEO have the right to pick their team. We see things at a much higher, or we should be at a much higher level, not the day-to-day operations of the county. And either we're gonna let the CEO have both feet on the CEO concept of the line without having a CEO that's got one foot in the CAO system and one foot in the CEO system.
By law.
We have, except for those positions, as Sarah pointed out, that must be appointed by the board. But if a CEO feels that the XYZ department head needs to go, then that's up to the CEO to make that decision. If what this board's saying, well, we don't want you to have that authority unless you discuss it with us, then the CEO, then the department heads are saying, I just need to count to 3, exactly the system we have now. And if I make 3 supervisors happy, that CEO can't do anything to me, because we're saying the CEO has to come to us. And I'm saying, let's buy into the CEO system, and see how it works. Part of it's going to be the importance of how we pick our next CEO, how you will be picking your CEO, but let them be a CEO. And it could be that they might discuss it, but you say, then all the department heads are going to know that it's a CAO system. It's only a CEO system in name only, but it's really a CAO system. And I just think we need to kind of cut that cord and let the CEO have their team and see how it works. I mean, considering these days we don't, it's hard to find any positions. Why not try it? Just sort of let go. We don't need to control everything. Let go.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Pedro, and then I need to clarify.
Okay. Well, I'm going to, say in this setting what I've mentioned to you in the past, regardless of what model is, we follow, it's most important for the CEO to be, supported, trusted, supported, and empowered, by the board, no matter what the system. That's the most important thing, all the way down. It does make a difference, as we talked about, if they're going to have the appointment authority. But as I mentioned to you, as a practitioner in this business, if I were to, or anyone else you may hire in the future, more to the point, I guess, if they abuse that authority, make lousy selections, or they just make bad judgments, or particularly on a dismissal situation, and may just apparently reckless, or what may appear to be reckless kinds of actions, they're going to know, that that's going to reflect poorly on them, and they're probably not going to be in the position very long. So that goes into the calculus of anyone in these roles. If they don't give really thoughtful consideration, to candidates that might be hired, they do a diligent job in guiding, directing, and evaluating them. And then if they were to, for no apparent good reason, let somebody go, you're probably not going to hold that person in place very long. I wouldn't, if I were in your guys' shoes. As a practical matter, I know for evaluations, I would still be reaching out and getting your take on people and how they're doing. And I think the department heads would still like to know. That's different than supervising them directly. But there still needs to be that kind of communication, so it is a team. So part of what I'm saying is, it's part science, part art of how to do this kind of work, correctly. If the board, were to, change direction and not want to give that full authority, then I would say it's that fundamental. Then I wouldn't act on this. I'd leave it as it is, because it's that fundamental a change.
Thank you, Mr. Pedro. And with discussions with you, I understand the importance of, whether it's BCAO or CAO, putting that trust in the CEO to be able to delegate these responsibilities. That's why, I discussed earlier when I was talking about this, the policies in place haven't necessarily been enforced, Now, they can be modified. This last sentence here says it all to me, because from my understanding, like, let's say the building official or public works officials will be taken out because those aren't part of the state mandatory appointments by the board. Am I correct?
Correct, right. So just, and maybe just very quickly to give two illustrative examples, you're exactly right. For someone, and Doug, Nancy, forgive me, the building official would switch and be in that first group, that first sentence of D. The county librarian, for example, on the other hand, the CEO would bring that person to the board for, yeah.
And thank you for the clarity, counsel. So that's to my point, is public works and the building official are very important parts of this. Now, I can agree with this with the last sentence. At the point, I would be very comfortable with the CAO bringing forward a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for consideration, determination, the transfer, discipline, dismissal of such department head and appointment, We have a strong CAO or CEO in place. They make a recommendation to the board, let's say, for this building official or public works official. This is a consideration. It's not necessarily the board going through the interview process. You bring forward alternatives after going through that process. That's something I can definitely stomach. As you said in the past, you had experience where 99% of the time the board had accepted your recommendation. And I think that's moving forward with support of the CAO in a different fashion than it's put forward here. And I understand the way this is put together, but that's where I have, the final say, in supporting our CAO, and their recommendation also is important. Public works and building official are very important parts of this county. And, when we have a final vote on appointing these people, I think that says a lot at the same time as backing up the recommendation of the CAO. So I'm sorry, I'll stop.
Gay?
Yes, I have a question for Sarah. If we put this in exactly the way it's stated, how does that affect the department heads that the board has already appointed? Because we appointed them, is it going to affect them, or is it going to turn to the CAO, just boom, you may have been appointed by them, you're now under my control?
I don't know if I would put it that way, but this is, for those positions that it would apply to, this does delegate the board's appointment authority, which is its hire fire authority. So yeah, those positions would be, their appointing authority would shift.
It would shift?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it would shift. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that's that question.
Jack?
First off, I want to thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to apologize to this part. I hope you all don't get this cold. But clearly my meds are running out, so it's going down my face. But what I wanted to do is mix a couple of sports metaphors. The first one is you always change a losing game. And that's what we've been working on for the last couple months, is changing up the game for this county, trying to come up with a plan that will change. I'll make it that way. I agree with both Supervisor Stopper and Supervisor Toffenali. A lot of this makes me very nervous. But, it's a process that we committed to, and I don't want to be the guy who changes his mind when he's jumping off the diving board. That never works well. And so I'm willing to go along with this. The good part about it is, if we are horribly wrong, we'll change it back. But otherwise, we change the losing game.
That will mean Marita will be out there doing public comments.
It's not a tattoo, we can change it.
Okay, are there any other comment? Okay, if not, then is there a motion to support this agenda item?
I move this item as presented.
Okay, there's a motion.
I'll second this item.
A second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Move on to agenda item number 15. Oh,
Public comment?
yeah, we did public comment earlier.
Huh?
Yeah,
We did.
yeah, and then remember she read out the Zoom and I said, I went to the room and then she went to Zoom and the person that commented was for item number 15 and we said we'll move that, we'll read that into the record. Are there any other comments? I'm sorry if you didn't hear me out. We did a back and forth, okay. But now you got me questioning. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 15. Have the clerk read out.
Agenda item 15, resolution, human resources. One, adopt a resolution updating the classification title, job description, and compensation for the county administrative officer, and two, approve a recruitment plan.
Okay. Judy, or are you changing it to Craig?
You want to do the first? Yes. She stayed there.
Your name's down, but I'm open to truck, so.
Another chance to explain yourself.
Hi,
Judy
Judy.
Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. I am bringing forward to you, kind of going off the last item, the changes to the CAO job description, going from CAO to CEO, and then adding those duties that were changed within the ordinance. And as part of these changes, so we have the change to the job description, we also want to make sure that we make this position competitive and that we are recognizing the additional duties. And so we are requesting to change the salary to $212,014. And then we also have a recruitment plan that Craig is going to go into detail.
Okay.
Okay, Craig.
And the only other footnote, because I've spoken with members, if you do approve the salary at the 212 area, I would like to put into the actual flyer that, the final is negotiable, just so that we could, if we have someone really good, and it was just a few more dollars, then we wouldn't be violating, the rules of recruitment. But I think the 212 gets us in a good competitive range, but again, if we find someone really good, I think it'd give you some elbow room you'd like to have. So back to the recruitment plan itself. In doing this, you're allowing the interim CAO, myself, to go ahead and run the recruitment for the position. The advertising, you could see, is going to be as aggressive as I've seen. It's like hailing on every frequency that we can through all the likely places you would find people with requisite experience and background. We will also be directing things to individuals that in the last several months have been trying to figure out who in the state might be a good fit here and may be interested. And Judy and her team are ready to start working on that ASAP. On applicant screening, the initial screening would be done by myself with aid from Judy to get down to the folks that really meet those minimum qualifications. As we've discussed in the past, I'd like to bring something new to this county, to use not just one panel, but actually 3 panels to get a really good look at these candidates. And I've found this approach to be very effective in getting really good looks from different angles by really capable people. It was very good input for me personally when I was making the selection. It also gave good information to the Board of Supervisors that they otherwise wouldn't have gotten when they wanted to consider someone. The first panel is just a peer panel comprised of the technical experts, which are either sitting or retired county administrators. And of course, their role is to help you figure out if these folks are technically competent or not. Panel 2 is another panel of executives of community stakeholders. These would be representatives from major employers or other governmental agencies in Calaveras County. It would also help conduct interviews to assess their fit, within the community. And again, if these are executives running businesses or other organizations, they're very accustomed to the interview process, the recruitment process, and have keen eyes and ears, provide very good input. Then panel 3 is a little different, and I want to give some thought, and we have time to come back and figure out, the best mix, but a panel of internal stakeholders that would be comprised primarily of Calaveras County department heads. So you want to think very carefully about that, but I see actually a mix of appointed and elected department heads to get the look of both. But you want to choose those very wisely. So anyway, we would take that input and put it all together, and I would suggest to you, based on the information provided by all those panels, the top group that should be interviewed by the Board of Supervisors. And you'd have all that information that I gathered from all those other panels, so not a thing would be, withheld from you. You'd know how they all ranked them and what the kinds of comments they made. And then bring those in that you feel that you do want to interview and then you would hold your own interview, again, with all that other supplemental, information available to you. Once you got it down to your top candidate, I know we've talked about this, trying to do good backgrounds, but keep the process moving, because you could lose people very quickly when you're doing this kind of thing. But we still want to make sure that when you got down to your top candidate, that we hit those reference checks and do that background as quickly as we possibly can. And we've talked about doing some work that you do, like internet checking and things like that. We could be doing that ahead of time. But you can't go out and actually do reference checks and start running certain reports on folks until you're actually putting a tentative, offer before them. So legally, you can't get ahead of the game there. So I'd want to do it as quickly as you would, as quickly as possible, but yet take the time necessary to get the background information that you need to make that decision. Particularly, we've talked about, the 3 C's, character, competence, and chemistry. I think those backgrounds are probably the best way to get to whether this is a person of character or not, a person of integrity that would be your person. So if they pass background, then it'd just be a matter of them lining them up to start, and there's a schedule below that calls for starting as soon as you have your second reading of the ordinance, actually adopting the ordinance, then start the recruitment on December 13. It shows the applicant deadline of January 13. We think that's okay. It still gives about a week and a half either side of Christmas, to where people can still be checking their mail and looking at the internet sites and whatnot. We think that's sufficient. It was suggested by one member to give it all the way to the end of January. You could consider that. It will prolong the time to get to a candidate, but if that's what you'd want, I'm just putting that out there. Anyway, but by the time you get down to the end and you have an offer, someone's accepted it, we built in a typical 30-day time frame for them to give notice and to start work, here. And there are some dates in here. Again, this is a tentative timeline. I'll be able to talk with your board to make sure some of these dates may not work exactly for you, but again, we want to keep the ball rolling. But as you look through this, if you think some of these time frames aren't going to work, please let me know. And actually as soon as possible, so that, because we want the candidates to know to be reserving time if they're being considered. Under the financing of the position, It's a fully weighted, so with annual salary and benefits, it's $10,289 more than what you currently have for the CAO position. This year, if they started, they had a full quarter in, there's about $2,400 that would be included in the CAO's office budget, and the recruitment itself, is $4,000, and we can cover that. What else did I want to say about that? I know there has been, concern, and we've talked about this, that here we're increasing the salary of the county, or county executive officer, but we're looking at something that's, less than $11,000 a year, and a person in this position can make you or break you, really, really quick in one decision. And I'm thinking right now, you've had me for about 3 months now, and again, I consider myself a run-of-the-mill kind of CAO, not an exemplary CAO. But look at what we're trying to do here and what we've been able to accomplish in the short time I have been here, working for and with you guys. And here, we haven't even talked about it today, but even you have a significant structural deficit in your budget. And we hope that by next week, we can come to you with maybe half of that resolved without losing any positions or programs or any of that. It is, we're talking in excess of $4 million in one budget item that a person who's capable, can buy you. So if I understand the concern, about providing any increase, but I think you'd be you don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish on this position. So with that ends the presentation. Do you have any questions?
David?
In discussion and summary, number 3, in consideration of the additional duties assigned to the position and need to be competitive in recruiting, the recommended annual salary is $212,014.40, an increase of $8,320
Per salary.
Per salary. So the difference in here on the $10,289 in financing is the difference in cost will be total because of benefits and everything else. That's where the difference is.
Right.
I just want to clarify that.
Right.
Another point you did bring up is timing. I can understand going through this in search of following a qualified candidate and enticing them to Calaveras County so that we can move forward successfully. We're going through negotiations with multiple unions right now on salaries and everything, and we also have this structural deficit that we're addressing, hopefully on the 13th of December. We'll see where we land on that. But, so, not being totally against this, I think we're putting a little bit of the cart before the horse. I would like to address the other issue before we address this.
What's the other issue?
The structural deficit and how we move forward.
Oh.
That's where it gives me pause at this time. Fully understanding the reasoning and agreeing with the reasoning, and I hear where you're coming from. I think the cart's being put before the horse right now. I would like to see the structural deficit issue being dealt with, and then move on to this.
Well, just, the plan is actually bring it to you, the first installment, next Tuesday. But like I said to you, that's going to be certainly a multi-phase process to resolve the whole thing. I hope to have at least one more specific, bite at the apple as part of your mid-year budget process, which would be late February. So hopefully we can knock it down even further. And then I'm hoping that we can then put into next year's budget the final installment that will bring that to balance. But again, that's a heavy lift. It's $9.4 million issue to take it one.
Yeah, no, and I think I wasn't clear on that. I like to see part of that bike taken out, before we address this issue, not the entire thing. I mean,
Right.
I really, that's a stretch asking for everything all at once.
Sure.
And I apologize if that's the way it came off.
Thank you, Stopper. Is there any other comments? Marita?
I see it differently. I look at this issue as the recruitment of a CAO, EO. I see what Supervisor Stopper's talking about is our expectation or evaluation of Mr. Pedro, on if he can pull this off. The two are connected, in my opinion. If you want to get going with the recruitment on the plan laid out, then to me, we need to take action on this item. The decision on the structural deficit is going to be a board decision on something that we have to work with our CEO. And I don't see them as being related. And what if we don't like what the CEO brings to us? Does that mean we're going to change the pay of a future CEO because we don't like or don't agree with what's brought to us on the structural deficit? I don't see them as intertwined, that they're two separate issues, one of which are things that we can deal with, accept, question now, which we've been talking about frequently, as Mr. Stopper continually reminds us appropriately. But the item before us is a game plan and a salary for the recruitment of our permanent CEO. I don't see them connected. So, I mean, if we don't like this, what's brought to us, are we going to change the proposed layout for recruiting and paying a CEO? I don't see them connected. I think they should be dealt with separately.
Yeah, I think so. Gay has something.
So I understand what Ben's saying, but I think we need to go out for this recruitment, just given the timeline that's here. His time is going to be running short, and this is pushing the envelope the way it is right now, what's in front of us. I do have a couple concerns, though, on all of these interviews that you have going on here and the time frame that you have listed here. The initial screening completed on January 18th, and then the panel interviews are completed on the 23rd. Well, the 18th is a Wednesday, the 19th and 20th is a Thursday and Friday, and the 23rd is a Monday. You have all these panels that are going to interview these people, and they're going to be here that whole time for this interview, missing their work if they're employed still somewhere else. I just have some concern about maybe losing some people based on that they feel that they spent all their time here and may not get where they need to get. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. There's no way that you think that you could do at least two of those on one day and one on another day, on the next day or whatever, so it cuts it down to the length of time, because they're going to be over a weekend unless they, can drive home from here and then come back on Monday.
Okay, maybe I didn't make that clear. The idea would be they would come one day, the 23rd, and you do the panels. They go from one room to another room to another room. We do it all in the same day.
Okay, so you're going to do it all in the
All
same
in the
day?
same day,
Because
so
that's not what I was showing, and thank you for clarifying that,
Right.
because I thought you were going to do it over the 18th, 19th, and 23rd.
Right. And then, you know, looking at the interview with the board, the second time they would come would be when you interview them. And that would be, have February 8th or 9th. I
Correct,
understand
I see
there might
that.
be some conflicts with those dates, so we may have to look at some others, but then again, they only come for one day. That's,
Okay.
that's amenable to
Well, thank you for clarifying it a little bit more, because I was a little concerned
Oh, yeah,
about
I wouldn't
that.
bring him back, I wouldn't
mean,
suggest something like that.
Yeah.
But we've done that, you know, we're getting a lot out of them when they come, but, you know, I just keep moving them through different rooms.
Okay.
And you have different facilitators in each room, so accounting staff, I'll be one, I think I had Mark was doing one, I think Judy, you know, was doing one, just to facilitate, not to, you know, rank, but just to facilitate it and keep it moving.
Okay.
So,
All right, that's my concern that I had, was a time frame here.
yeah.
But you know, we have to get out and start recruiting. Again, you brought up, you've been here 3 months already, and the time frame is going to be very short, what we're looking at here. Hopefully this all works, and we can get done in this amount of time that's here. We get qualified candidates that apply. So, that's my comment.
Okay. The only comment I have is regardless of this timeline, I think it's been, you know, the board, while we want to meet these deadlines, be open-minded and not settle. So I just want to repeat that again.
Right.
You know, and just because this is a tight timeline and we're pushing and trying to take the maximum time we have with Craig still being here, I don't want it to be a reason to settle. And if we need to continue until we find the right person. So I just wanted to reemphasize that again. But if there's not any other board comments, I would like to take the opportunity for public comment. I know we have a couple of people waiting online. Okay, so I'm going to start in the room. Are there any in the room comment? Okay, we'll move on.
You sure all, because you're CAO stuff.
Okay, so we will move on to Zoom. For those of you online, please be mindful of the 3 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when the time is up.
Andrea? Andrea, can you
Hi,
guys?
good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Andrea from SEIU 1021. The county spent roughly 18 months on a much-touted class and compensation study that concluded in September of this year. On October 4th, the SEIU 1021 chapter officers and I sat down with your CAO and the Human Resources Department. During this meeting, the CAO gave us a budget presentation and explained the Calaveras County budget's dire situation because it relied on one-time funding. In addition, Mr. Pedro told us that if we filled all of our unfilled positions, we would have to discuss layoff. In subsequent meetings, the county revealed that they had no intention of implementing the long-awaited classification study, even for those deemed to be furthest behind. Simply put, you wasted $90,000. When I looked at the agenda for today, I honestly could not believe my eyes. There's no way a body of elected officials would entertain an over $8,000 raise for a CEO with little to no substantive changes in duties while their line staff is struggling. This is senseless. If you're considering voting in favor of this recommendation, shame on you. I don't want to hear anything about recruiting the right candidate for CEO. What about the behavioral health clinicians that the county can't hire because the pay is so low? I could continue to list positions like clinicians far below the median that directly serve the community and have vacancies yet are not slated for increases. This community's most vulnerable residents are suffering, and it is not because of a lack of a CEO. It's because of lack of services due to extreme staffing shortages that we can directly link to the absence of competing wages. I have spent the last 2 months trying to mend the relationship and build trust between the board administration and our membership. There was so much anger and disappointment after the news of the classification study and the feeling that this county, that this is how Calaveras County treats its workers. We are the ones who keep Calaveras County running. Through a worldwide health pandemic, rising inflation, and a possible looming economic recession, we continue to do the work of 2 to 3 people at once. But more than just passing us by, giving the top management a pay raise, Calaveras County management is telling us they do not want to invest in its workers and community. Shame on you if you vote in favor of this increase.
Andrea, I'm sorry, your time's up.
I've got 2 sentences. I will not make excuses if you genuinely believe this is best for Calaveras County. It will be your job to look into the eyes of your employees here at the county, the exhausted, worried, and angry eyes.
And then to read the ones in record.
Yeah, read the one that you started to read from the last agenda item.
So from Sabrina Smith, she says, is there a reason that there would be a salary increase when other county staff is waiting on a salary survey before they can receive a much-needed increase? This just does not seem right. County staff works very hard and has been working for a very long time, being underpaid for what they do. It is very frustrating seeing that these executive positions receive increases while the individuals that keep the day-to-day operations running continue to work with insufficient pay. As a second part of my question, if duties are being shifted from other positions to the CEO, will the shift result in a decrease to the positions that the duties are coming from, or will they have lesser duties with the same pay? The $10K may not seem like a lot. However, from the viewpoint of county employees, expecting them to continue to work and be told that they have to wait while other positions get increases creates disgruntlement and huge morale issues. And there was this from one anonymous attendee, just 3 brief statements. Does the sitting CAO receive this increase? I've been waiting 10 years for an increase. What about county staff? When do we get an increase? That's all.
Craig?
So, I do want to clarify, and it does state in the agenda item that the increase to this position is not until March, because we have to go with our timeline of when we're trying to have a person in place. So this is not an immediate increase to the position.
Thank you for clarifying, Judy. Okay. Are there any other comment, Stacy?
No.
Okay. And seeing that there's none in the room, I'm bringing it back to the dais, and I'll turn it over to Craig. If there's nothing, okay, sorry, I saw your light on. Okay. With that, if there's no other comment from staff, bring it back to the board on this agenda item. Dapper?
Just for clarity, my comments were to the bottom line. It's not about the assessment or how well this current CEO is doing. I'm actually very happy with everything he's presenting. And I understand the recruitment plan and everything. I just feel at this time, with the bottom line in consideration, I think that when we're going through recruitment, the word negotiable is key. Something that Mr. Pedro and I had talked about before. So that's where I stand on my position.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a clarification from Supervisor Stopper?
Yes, sir.
The rest of the item you're okay with, it's just the increase in salary of $8,000 for that position?
At this time, yes.
And Craig, Mr. Pedro, you're bringing to us next week first draft of trying to overcome the $9.4 million budget deficit?
Right, so it's phase one coming in.
Phase one, okay, we'll officially call it phase one, and that's $4 million that you just...
Yeah, we're working on it next door, and it's somewhere in the $4 million reduction in the structural deficit.
And Ben, you're saying that you want to see that first before you agree with this?
You know, with the salary part, I agree with everything except for the, you know, at the time of us going through all this, I really feel that we need to address part of the structural deficit before we can justify adding that, you know, total of $10,000 to $10,289 on total costs.
No, it's a total, yeah, because of the benefits and...
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Callaway?
I move that we adopt a resolution. We cannot go out and start recruiting unless we know how much we're going to be paying the position. So if we want to hold off paying the position, then we can't start recruiting. So for the $10,000, I move that we adopt a resolution updating the classification, title, job description, and compensation for the CEO position and approve the recruitment plan.
There's a motion?
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Well, I don't think exactly that's true. We have a salary in place right now, Marita. It's not that we're going to go out without knowing what, or having a position on what salary it is. We have one right now. I would like to ask Ben if we move this, don't do that increase and go out for recruitment, but only put negotiable behind that. Would you agree to that? Is that something that you would?
We have to authorize them a max to be able to negotiate, to be put it on the flyer for recruitment. So we can't tell them to put that and then add the word negotiate.
He's already asking for that.
Yeah, it's actually, because of the way we're structured here, we don't do ranges in this position,
Yeah.
it's just one. I'm definitely recommending at least the 212, because I know what the market is, and the kind of caliber of person you're looking for, it'll probably take every bit of that. I was suggesting having some flexibility by adding the word negotiable when we fly it on top of the 212. I think it's important to have that out there, you know, when you go and recruit. It's just the going rates, you know, to get that kind of talent.
Okay, I'm just trying to get 5 votes.
My motion still holds.
Second?
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
What are you? Aye? Okay, so 4-1. Okay. With that, we have supervisor announcements. I will start with Supervisor Howard. Yes, Supervisor Garamendi.
I attended the CSAC conference in Orange County.
Okay, Supervisor Tosinelli.
I can't believe you have nothing to report from the CSAC conference, Marita. You were in Disneyland. At least you could say you went. I have nothing to report.
Stopper.
Attended the CSAC conference. You know, it went well. You know, I'm looking forward to the legislative sessions coming up in the future as a representative for Calaveras County.
Callaway, you ready, or I can go? Okay, nothing to report, and I too attended the CSAC as a panelist, as well as participated in the various workshops, and it was a good, it's nice to see everybody since we've all been on little boxes and Zooms for a long time. So with that, we will see everyone next week. Thank you.
There's pizza in my office, so even if you're going, take it with you. Take it with you.